Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I am your host, BrobusCast. With me today is Z-Dog.
Showtime!
And Richard.
Holy crap, Multiverses actually looks like it's playable again. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Nice.
All right.
There you go.
So that's fun. Anyways, you want to know what else is fun? We have a new death pedal out.
Oh my goodness.
We have a new death pedal out. We have another one coming out literally like less than a week from now as we're recording, because we're recording this a little late. We got to get moving and grooving.
Indeed. Yeah, well.
So we have No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I forgot to set our hibernation chambers to the correct time. So, it is my fault that we overslept.
Yeah, well.
Okay, cool. Anyways, so we have a lot to talk about and not a lot of time to talk about it. So, yeah, so Joker VS Giorno came out.
It was an episode.
And
let
let me
finally got the Giorno rivalry. Let's go.
Yes.
In episode 4.
And let me just say this. When this episode is probably the thing we're going to be spending the least amount of time on, things are going to get kind of wild today.
Strap in, everyone.
Talk about contrast.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, luckily, unlike the last episode, somehow, we don't really have a lot to mention on the verdict. I mean, we all went with Joker, and he won.
And he won.
So
he won.
I mean, not to brag, I kind of feel a little happy that I was able to. Obviously, Yves helped me a lot, but I am happy that I managed to convince you guys on Joker winning. So, this feels kind of good, and I'm very happy you won.
I mean, unlike the rest of the JoJo community, I actually don't have a problem with this. But then again, haven't seen Part 5 yet, so I can't say whether or not this was that
actually
bad.
You know what's funny? Is that looking at I don't know where people got this from. It might have been the subreddits for both franchises, but they all thought that their character was going to lose.
So it's literally like a Dimitri situation.
Yeah, it's a Dimitri situation. Like the Persona fans thought that Joker was going to lose, and JoJo fans thought that Giorno was going to lose.
Isn't that funny?
Well, that's very.
My God.
That's something.
Yeah.
But
I know. I mean, I think they explained it really well. I mean, I don't think there's much room to complain.
It made sense to me. I mean, and again, granted, I'm a semi virgin fan of JoJo, so I can't really say whether or not this was accurate or inaccurate until I get to Part 5 myself. So, but even then, it's like, okay, well, at least I can buy a JoJo losing this one than I think I could the first time it happened all those years ago. Now that I'm actually on Part 3, and yeah.
There you go.
Hashtag Joro vs. Kento Remake 1.
All right.
But that's no.
Also, you want to know what the fucked up part is? It's like, so Dio won his death battle, but his son lost his. Jonathan won his death battle, and his grandson, his great-great-grandson, and his son lost his. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Is this fate for every other JoJo episode?
I don't know, man.
Every JoJo lost ring.
I'm scared now for Joseph if he ever gets into death battle.
Yeah, yeah. Be scared for Joseph. Apparently.
Joseph and Jolene. Oh no.
Oh no.
Indeed. Well, only time will tell on those two, but
yeah. She dressed right.
Exactly. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that not only did Dio win his battle, but he was kind of solely responsible for his son losing his.
Yeah.
Freaking Eyes of Heaven was like, yeah, how about nah?
Nah.
Indeed.
That's how you know he's a good father.
Sure. Anyways, so yeah, I mean, really, like, I mean, they kind of went into basically everything that we did last time. Was that, you know, Joker kind of like mollywops Giorno with regular basic bitch boy gold experience, but once Requiem comes in, it's like, oh shit.
But he still got the tools to deal with it.
And I was very impressed, like, with how, that basically Joker Giorno may have one good stand, but Joker has a bunch of personas that are great counters to Gold Requiem, and then also the social links playing a big part into this debate.
Yeah, honestly, I did not really. I mean, obviously, like I explained why last time, but I didn't actually expect them to use social links as that. I didn't really think about that, but I mean, hey, it works really well. So
whatever works.
It's great.
The persona is 2-0 now.
Yep.
Yeah, and unless I'm missing something, don't expect that to change.
Because they might be on a very hot streak for a while.
Yeah.
There's some like surprise matchup I'm not thinking of. But
yeah, I don't know. Actually,
so
I haven't kept up with Rebirth, but Tifa, from what I understand, like Tifa versus Makoto might be a fight now.
That's probably its closest chance to lose.
As somebody who has played Rebirth, Tifa absolutely can stand a chance against this fight because Tifa puts you multi-burn points.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
So yeah, that might be its
so that one might
chance to lose anytime soon.
Yeah, that one might be it, but I don't know.
Hey, you know what? For all you whiners, it might end up in a Tifa win. So
the Sea Dog accusing the death battle community of being whiners? Why the very action?
What? Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Anyway, let's actually talk about this episode now.
We say this. Hold on. We say this,
okay,
but how the frog does this? Does this fight have a less controversial outcome than Omni-Man versus Bardock? Like,
that's what I was thinking myself. It's like, so we're okay with this. So we're freaking out, but they are freaking out about this, but not to the same heresy levels as Omni-Man versus Bardock. And I like to believe it's just because, look, nobody can do overreactions like the Dragon Ball community when it comes to a loss.
Yeah, that's wild to say, but I mean, yeah. Like,
also as a side note, please, whenever the dub comes out, watch Dragon Ball Daima. It's very good. need some positivity on some Dragon related, just out there.
There we go. There we go.
But yeah, no.
This community works. This community works in mysterious ways. I'm learning every time.
And I have the feeling. I have the feeling. Okay, to just put a whole bow on this, so we can move on. I have the feeling that even with the next 2 episodes coming out, something is just telling me that Omni-Man versus Bardock is going to be the most controversial episode of Death Battle 2024. Like, I don't think any other remaining episodes are going to, take that title.
Well, I mean, I feel like this next one has a very good chance, depending on what happens. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. But also, we don't know what. But also, we don't know what's coming later. So let's put a pin in that. Yeah.
Okay.
And continue and talk about the episode itself. And
So moving on, the ending.
Yeah, these analyses are good.
DJ unfortunately could not do these. He did, so it was mostly Max holding down the fort.
Wow. Okay.
And I say mostly. The Max had additional help. But that being said, it's like, this is probably one of solo edits. This is up there with Rick versus the Doctor as some of Max's best work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He makes everything pop so well, and like certain edit, like the one, specifically the one in Giorno's analysis where it's mimicking the Return to Zero with I don't know what that guy's name is. That one looked really cool.
Yeah, no, scene. Okay, so the way Max does manga panels, it's so good. Like, holy crap, his motion graphics for the panels of manga are just beautiful.
Clean as hell.
Yeah. I swear, like, when the Death Battle Awards come, Max better get some type of nomination.
Up for it. But yeah, I also appreciate how he like kind of replicates P5 style. I think that was a nice touch in Joker's analysis. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and also we got a cutaway. We got it.
We did get a cutaway.
Yes.
That's good to see. And I thought it was fun.
Also, Wisdom Boomstick are back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They weren't there in the first episode, but they're back here for this episode, and it's good to see them again.
Yeah. So yeah, the only real problem I have with the analysis, and this is a super minor thing, it's not even that big of a deal. It's also not Max's fault. I know we're talking about him a lot. We're not really paying much mind to the analyses themselves. But something that will always bother me is they call him Diavolo. I'm like, oh my god, it's like it's Diavolo. God damn it.
And that also freaking Yaldabaoth. They mispronounced that and it annoys them.
Yaldabaoth, yeah.
Yaldabaoth. Yeah, no, whatever. Pronunciations can be weird. I don't blame.
Yeah, but it's just funny to me that both Persona fights have such like egregious mispronunciations. Like.
One day they'll get it right. The next time they'll get it right.
One day.
Yeah.
It's kind of complicated. I understand, but still. Whatever.
I mean, I can excuse Yaldabaoth because that name is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But how the hell do you mess up Diavolo?
I wish I could tell you, but I can't. Oh well. But no, I mean. Going a little more in depth on like the writing, I do think. You okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's it. Sorry. All good. But no, I do think the analysis. Okay, I'm gonna actually. I'll just get like one thing about the whole episode out at the start so I don't forget. The only thing I like, the analyses are really good. I think they went into depth with both characters. I like how in depth they went with on their stories, and also stuff like calling. Freaking calling Akechi pancakes and Morgana the animal. That made me laugh. Thank you. I think they were very solid, and I do like a lot of the jokes in there, especially the whole tangent of like Jesus being a JoJo. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that was great. I loved that.
Wait till they get to part 7.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's just gonna make that even more apparent. Oh boy. But honestly, my only thing, and this kind of goes for the episode as a whole, it just feels oddly short.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Yeah,
I can see that. Like like I was surprised to learn that this episode is shorter than Omni-Man versus Bardock. Like how?
Yeah.
So if you're not counting the sponsor for both episodes, then Joker versus Giorno clocks in like still at 17 minutes, but shave off a few seconds for the ad sponsor, and then if you clock out, if you take out a couple seconds for Omni-Man, it clocks in at 20 minutes. So yeah, it is weird how like even the analysis section in Omni-Man Bardock was longer. Like there was 13 minutes dedicated to it, to both characters. Whereas here, by the time we reach the 12-minute mark, we're already at the fight.
Yeah.
Which again, I'm not complaining, because like I said, I do think they condensed like the stories of both and the abilities. They condensed everything in a like very nicely. It's just something that like is a bit of a shame, but I mean, I'm guessing time restraints kind of a
maybe
independent death battle, everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know like how done they were before everything shut down, because we were confirmed that this was supposed to be the season 11 premiere.
Yeah,
so, that wasn't obvious enough.
Yeah, Luis did confirm that this was indeed meant to happen at early, but then and they were halfway done with it, but then when Rooster Teeth was shut down, they left it on the back burner, and then once they came back and they had the funding, they were able to get it done. So I would imagine that this was probably always meant to be a short episode. Like, this was never meant to be something long.
Maybe. I mean, I'm gonna keep reinstating this, and I apologize. Like, again, I like I mean, spoiler, I like the episode as a whole, and I think what they managed to do in the time they had was really good. And it's just, I don't know, it just kind of feels weird, especially for like a matchup like this, where like it feels like there's a lot to go in, so like to have it feel so short is a bit of a question mark. But I mean,
well, you know what's weird is, okay, so just real quick, comparing this to Jonathan versus Sandro, which was also on the short end, but like the analyses for those characters were done in 10 minutes, but they somehow managed to make it work. So I think it's just a matter of scripting. Like, how do you condense a JoJo character in such a short time? And I guess it's just trial and error. So I think maybe it's just like, okay, well,
even using that episode as a comparison, like Jonathan at least like has the excuse of only having like a 9-episode long part to work with.
Well, there's an additional manga as well.
Well, sure, but compare that to Giorno, whose part is almost 40 episodes long. Like,
yeah, you're right. Or how compare it to Jotaro, who had 2 fucking arcs with him, or Dio, who had also 2 arcs. So I get what you mean, but I don't know. It's just the shortness is not just a y'all problem. It is a me problem too. I really feel like, okay, by the end of it, I was not captivated by Giorno's story. I feel like there was more that was missing, and maybe that's just because they didn't want to dive too deep into part 5. I don't know. Again, I haven't seen part 5, so if there is indeed stuff that was left on the chopping room floor, then somebody will probably point it out, because, again, it's just weird that compared to the other JoJo fights, this one feels like it's lacking in more information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but oh well.
What? But like I said, I enjoyed the analyses. It's just something I wanted to point out.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's not a you problem. I definitely felt it myself. Which, okay, that's actually a great segue into the fight.
Hell yeah! All right.
Yeah.
Once again, sponsored by GreatSegway.com.
Shut the hell up.
We got that time for a reason. We got this time for a reason. Anyway.
All right. Yeah. So the fight. The Sprite team's back.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Let's
a very solid comeback, I must say.
Yes. Running down the animators.
Yeah, particularly, I think this is the effort of obviously Luis. Luis, Zach, and I believe Origin and Assassin Knight.
Zaya Tip also is on this as well. Obviously, the environment was from Josh and Billy. And then the VizPost team, they did a great job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some additional. They actually had some additional help for the VizPost team because DJ decided, hey, I can't cook with the analyses, but I'll be damned if I can't cook with the fight.
And that he did.
So a lot of the like Persona and JoJo like aesthetic like effects are done by him.
That's good.
Yeah, they look very nice.
So that's cool.
Yes, and they are back to using the skeletal sprite rigging for both characters. It's more obvious for Giorno than it is Joker.
Yeah.
Just the way Giorno moves, you can tell that that's a sprite skeleton being rigged.
Yeah.
Right.
Particularly his running animation, which just looks silly.
Yes, and to be fair, because it's at least better. It's an improvement over something like early season 7 when they introduced this mechanic.
Yeah,
to
true.
Their animation. So
also,
super janky.
Also, a lot of these like sprites, especially for like if you look at like Joker or Arsene, like those sprites had to be hell on earth to rig.
Yeah,
goodness.
Joker's sprites actually look very seamless when they're moving.
Very much.
Especially the personas.
I do think his swinging animation looks a little weird, but that's whatever.
What I was gonna say. That's the only thing I have a problem with. Like it's not a deal breaker, but
he looks like a marionette. He does look like a marionette swinging up and
Yeah.
He looks like he's doing his best impression of one of the early Spider-Man web slinging mechanics.
Yeah.
Take your pick on which one. Is it wrong when he was swinging that I was like, Joker, does whatever Sonic can.
So as far as the fight goes, I really don't have a lot to comment on. There's only so many ways we can say this fight's really good before it sounds redundant. And again, we don't really have a ton of time for this, so
I was gonna say, everything looks good. I think that they used Gold Experience in a really creative way, especially turning Joker's grappling hook into a snake. That was nice. Very clever use of it.
I also didn't. So when I saw the preview, So hold on. When I saw the preview, yes, they did use Jack Frost. It was cool. Shut up. I know you're laughing. Shut up. So when I saw the preview and I saw Gold Experience turn Joker's bullets into bees, I was like, oh, okay, cool, bees, whatever. I didn't really think too much of it. But not only did a stray bee cause Joker to be affected by Gold Experience's life shot, but also they used the whole they used the thing about how objects turned into life return to their hosts. they had the bees, which were bullets, return back to Joker's gun and destroy it. That was cool.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
And and then the climax. Them having a 3D segment for Joker being in the death loop was great. I could have sworn that was something from Persona 5, but that was Luis.
That was Luis. Okay, nice.
Yeah, Luis animated that segment with help, obviously. And yeah, it was great. That's probably the highlight of the fight for me, is seeing that moment where you see all the social links come together to break Joker out of Giorno's attack.
Yeah,
that was nice.
It's also nice that like that whole part starts off with like this, like there's this like yellow glow around there's this like yellow frame around the around the camera. There's all the JoJo symbols, you know the memes. It's like that's indicating that Joker is about to be like, well, I lost. Like he's in the death loop, but they go away as
it turns blue. You get this blue hue.
Yeah. So yeah, I approve.
Also, that shot where GER punches him and you get that freeze frame of him getting punched.
Yeah.
Everyone making the comparison. Oh, that straight up looks like it's a tribute to when Sora got punched.
That's still one of the funniest frames of animation they've ever done. I love it so much.
Never forget.
Never forget.
Never forget that frame.
Never forget. Okay, so I agree with you guys. I think on its own, this animation it's fine. It's a great sprite segment. It had some great moments. I love that you got to see all of Joker's personas. I love how you got to see Giorno starting to get more serious with Gold Requiem, and then bringing out GER, and obviously the moment where Joker's social links break him out and he delivers the killing blow. That was nice. But
yeah,
I think overall, I'm going to be the odd man out here. I didn't love this animation. Like, I didn't love it like I did past JoJo episodes, particularly Dio Card and Tanjiro Jonathan.
Well, I agree, but I'm also going to bring up a little counter argument that Dio versus Alucard is like a 100-foot tall hurdle to jump over. So
right, no. The best thing that I can say about this is it's definitely much better than Jotaro versus Kenshiro. And I've had some people actually blink an eye at me when I said that statement. I'm like, no, I actually think this is, because there still are fans.
I mean, I say that. I know there are some people who weren't as...
It's nostalgia. It's nostalgia bias. Like,
that's right.
It's fine, but again, it was not. This was a great. I feel like this was just a great, entertaining fight. Does that make sense? Like, there really wasn't any.
There wasn't too much
depth to it.
Yeah, no, there wasn't really too much to it. It's just a fun fight.
It's just
yeah, no, like entertaining. I've even seen people be upset that this didn't have a kind of tearjerker moment like Jonathan Tanjiro. And I'm a little perplexed by that because I don't just reading from these two, they would not be friends. So why would they do that?
I think a lot of people are just like look for tearjerker fights in every fight after freaking a lot of them that we got in season 9. I think people just need to understand like not every fight can have that. Like
well, also too, it's like not every JoJo fight is going to have something that's just going to be on those same levels.
Exactly.
Yeah, like Jonathan versus Tanjiro is a unique case. Like that's a battle between two like good boys, and that's not to say that that's not to say Joker or Giorno are like awful people. They're not, but like Jonathan and Tanjiro are like good boys.
Yes, like but they're great protagonists. That you just love it. And I also wouldn't say, because again, just if I had to rank all the JoJo episodes, I was even going to ask if all three of us do this, but we're strapped for time, so I'll just be the only one who does this. I would have to say, if I had to rank all the JoJo fights so far, it would go Jonathan Tanjiro, Dio Alucard, Joker Giorno, and Jotaro Kenshiro. So this fight's very middle on the road. It's not the best, but it's definitely better than their first attempt when they handled JoJo.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right?
I mean, you also can't expect every JoJo episode to be like groundbreaking. Like,
yeah,
you can. You okay? To be fair, you can if Liam's writing them.
That's true. Well, he did write.
Well,
this
he wrote
one,
this
so.
one, so.
Which can you believe there are people saying that Liam is not a JoJo fan because Giorno lost this episode?
I love this community. Anyways,
Fantastic.
So okay, yeah. So as far as the fight goes, nothing really much to comment. It's a good episode. It's a fun and entertaining fight. Where my issues kind of step in is ironically with the writing.
You're the only one who can put a light on this. I can't.
Now, to be fair, obviously I'm not an expert on Joker, but from what I understand, he was pretty much perfect. So I, as an outsider, I have no complaints on Joker. As an insider on JoJo, on the other hand, I have a bit of an issue with how Giorno was represented.
Portrayed.
It was portrayed. Now, okay, before anybody starts crucifying me over this, I don't think it was like egregiously bad. Like it wasn't like, wow, this is just not Giorno at all. I just think, I get it. It's a fight between someone who like deals with corrupt politicians and basically just corrupt people in general. And then you have Giorno, who is literally the king of the mafia. So like, or at least Italy's mafia. So like, I get it. But I feel like they kind of leaned a bit too hard into the whole mafia stereotype for Giorno when that is so not what he's all about. Like that's like literally literally the exact opposite of why he wanted to become like the mob boss in the first place. Because like under Diavolo, the city he lived under was like filled to the brim with crime. But he wanted he wanted to join the mafia, but he wanted to make it more peaceful.
He wanted to rule not with fear, but with respect.
Exactly. And I didn't get that. I didn't get that here. Now, I have heard the argument, and Zedog could probably correct me on this because he knows more about this than I do. I have heard that a potential reason for why is because the more like corrupt people in the real world are like genuine supervillains in the metaverse, which is where this fight takes place in.
Basically.
So like you could take Giorno being a mafioso, and kind of like twist it in the metaverse.
Yeah.
At least I'm hoping that's the explanation.
No, that's kind of a. I think that's kind of a good way to look at it.
Right.
But
well, okay. So jumping in real quick, my other problem with this episode is actually one that my friends and I talked about when we did a reaction to this. This episode, this animation's biggest flaw is the fact that there's no story. It just jumps in with Joker already going to take out Giorno, and there's no natural sense of progression at the beginning. It's just he shows up, and now, okay, granted, I've heard the counter argument. Well, because Giorno is a mafia leader, it would make sense as to why Joker is there to stop him. But it mainly revolves around having established characters be the sole backing as to how this sense.
Yeah.
Right? So, me, I don't like that because, okay, I don't know these characters, so I can't buy into that excuse. Like, even, again, past JoJo fights, they actually had a good setup. Like, even Tanjiro Jonathan, which some can say, oh, that more or less has the same thing, but there's a reason why Jonathan is there. Like, it's not just he shows up, Tanjiro shows up, they're fighting.
Yeah.
There's broad strokes to it.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like in this fight's case, it's kind of difficult to do that. Like, okay, like, I don't think you will, like, sure, maybe there should have been a scene, like, I don't know, alerting Giorno more instead of just going fight. Because, like, it is subtle, but, I mean, like, obviously, like, Joker did send a calling card. He, like, Giorno has it, like, when you, like, when he's sitting there. I don't know, I think having a more in-depth setup here it would be kind of more difficult considering the way Joker does things, but I mean, I don't know.
It also, I
get it, but I don't know. I think having it started the way it did is kind of like the best. I mean, not the best. You obviously could have done it better, but like, I don't think it's too bad. I mean,
no, it's not. I want to make that clear. I don't like.
Yeah.
This is like 1 point docked at worst. Like.
Right.
Yeah,
no, but it's just like it doesn't help that this is the second Persona fight to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if it was just a one time, I could excuse it, but since Rice versus Mitsuru was over there and did this, it's like, okay, again, I'm not invested in these characters. I need a reason for them to just be fighting other than, you look like a bad guy, I'm gonna take you out. It's just bare bones, and once again, it really does make this episode feel shorter. Like, it adds to the length of it not feeling long.
I do also gotta say, going back to what I was saying earlier about how Giorno was portrayed, you mentioned the calling card, and that reminded me. The beginning of this fight, Giorno does a Dio pose. He does the pose that Dio does with the stone mask in part 1's opening.
Yeah.
Now, on the one hand, I appreciate the reference. That's a cool reference. On the other hand, it does not help how I feel. It's like, yes, let's have Giorno I mean, granted, Giorno has done Dio poses before, so like that's not like a big deal, but it adds on to a problem, you know? Like, it's
right. Well, I mean, also too, it's like, okay, I think the intention was, oh, well, if he's done it in the anime, then there's no reason he can't do it in the fight. Like, I think most people would have been brought off. Like, would people have been okay if he, say, did a Jonathan pose instead to remind you, oh, he's not just Dio's son, but he is Jonathan's son too? taking on more characteristics of his other father?
I don't know.
Ask.
Yeah, don't ask. I don't know. Like it just makes it makes Giorno seem more like his father than he actually is. Like when you really look into it, Giorno is nothing like Dio. But then again, no. Then again, nobody is. Dio's
Well, nobody's gonna be as bad as Dio.
Dio's a bastard. Derogatory.
Actually, Chocolata might be worse. The guy that was the guy that Giorno did the 7-page Muda on, by the way. That guy might be worse.
Fair enough.
But
I mean,
I digress. But Dio's more like obvious to point out because, well, A, he's the main villain, and B, he's the main villain of 2 parts. Whereas like Chocolata was a villain of the week kind of character. So
yeah.
Anyways, but whatever. I dock like 1 point from that at the absolute worst. It's not that bad. We have had so much worse representation on this show.
Don't get me started.
Like compared to a lot of other big examples, Giorno had it really bad. Had it really easy. Like it's not that bad. I don't love it, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I was gonna say it's not the end of the world for at least us. I know there are some people who take more of an issue with it than we do, or than you do. But I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, as someone who's not as familiar with with Part 5 yet, anyway, I don't know. I do wish it was like he was done a little bit better, but like I don't know. I still think like it doesn't tank the episode for me like it does a lot of other people.
No.
So.
No, I've also heard people say that this episode is one of those like it's Joker featuring Giorno, and I do not agree with that whatsoever.
I was gonna say like.
I mean, yes, this is very Persona 5 coded, yes, but like
you can't blame them. But you can't blame them for kind of coming to that simplistic observation.
Well, no, I can't. But
even
okay, if we're talking about if we're talking about this episode didn't represent both characters in terms of their stories, so it's like okay. Again, maybe that's just how Liam operated. Like, because again, nobody knows how these two were really meant to be representative of both their properties, other than Liam, because Liam probably just wanted it to feel like it was close. It felt like Giorno was the boss of a Persona game. Does that make sense? But at the same time, the stuff that comes from JoJo is still there. Like, you still get plenty of JoJo-isms.
Yeah.
Like the color switch. And freaking...
Yeah, like the
I don't know for sure, but I feel like also just Giorno rocks a lot of... Like, takes a lot more... No, not. Deals a lot more damage in this fight in comparison. I mean, obviously, I get why. It's kind of hard to do that with his stand. But, like, still, like... it's not like Giorno doesn't do anything cool in this fight.
No, he's not. But it's like what makes us different is we don't rate episodes based off of how well it feels like a crossover between two of these characters. It's just a matter of are the characters done well and are they best represented. And so far, from Bro's perspective, it sounds like Giorno was not. For the most part.
Yeah.
Or it could have been done better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always hated when people say like, this episode is this character featuring this character, because that always implies that the other character doesn't do anything cool. When like,
which in most cases is a lie.
Yeah, which like 99 times out of 100, that's not true.
No, I mean, Also,
Like-
too, it's like, you know what? Look, if you got a problem with it, write your own goddamn Death Battle fan fiction script featuring these two.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, write your own version of this fight. See what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Saying that this episode is like Joker featuring Giorno, kind of like it implies to me that Giorno didn't do anything cool, and I just do not. I don't agree with that notion whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I mean, it does. It just, it sounds like a lot of hot air, excuse me.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I don't even know what I was gonna say. Like, so here, go ahead. Gosh.
Speaking of
It'll come back.
Stain,
Yes.
another great segue.
Let's do that.
Once
Yeah,
again,
let's do that.
Nice segue. Once again, thank you, nicesegue.com for these transitional segments.
Gosh dang it. Anyway, so voice
Anyways.
actors.
Yeah. So Kevin Andrew Rivera is here.
Yeah.
I find
knew it was him.
I find it funny, you know, he starts off his Death Battle career winning against Xander Mobus, and now here he is winning as Xander Mobus.
Oh yeah, it comes full circle.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
And he hasn't even been a long-time Death Battle actor.
No, he started last year. But
Yeah, but he does really good here. I think he really gets the spirit.
Yeah.
of Joker
Okay.
down very well.
Yeah. No. So I have no preference on how accurate these two were as the characters. So that's up to y'all. I can't offer any insight on this.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm the only one who could speak on Joker. I mean, I guess you freaking
No, go ahead.
motorcycle.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was freaking motorcycle outside. I feel like I'm the only one who can speak to how on Joker's end. I mean, I know you guys at least have heard him in probably Smash, if I had to guess. But no,
Yeah.
I think I don't know. He sounded a lot like. I think he was a good choice for this role. Like he got a lot of, like the personas, like call outs were nice. I think. I don't know. He just sounded really cool. And his final line, the checkmate line. Yeah, that was high. I
was
like
cool.
that. That
was
just felt
good.
like Joker. And yeah, I think he just nailed it in my opinion. So he's 3 for 3 for good roles. So I will definitely.
Indeed.
Yeah.
My only problem, and this isn't even that big of a deal, this is a nitpick at worst, is that he doesn't voice Arsene. And the only reason that I'm upset about that is because I am obsessed with the Smash reveal.
Yeah. There's probably only so much they could fit into.
I
the script
know.
anyway.
I'm just picky.
I know.
I'm just picky about a character I know nothing about. Anyways, so yeah, and then we have Kieran Regan as Giorno.
She did great. I thought she did great.
So I agree. It's a good performance. But it kind of went against what I said last time.
Yeah.
When like I mentioned last time when we were talking about potential voice actors for Giorno, that Giorno's voice in the dub is very like sharp. He's very like he enunciates basically everything.
Does he have remnants of Dio's, I guess, vocal mannerisms in any way?
I don't know.
Okay.
And I just kind of find it funny because this, while it's good, it's like the exact opposite. Like, Giorno
Right.
in JoJo is very sharp, very sharp toned. Giorno in this fight is very soft toned, actually. And it's kind of funny that the biggest examples of that are also probably still some of my favorite line reads in the fight, because they're just like, they're well delivered. They just sound weird for Giorno. Like one of my favorites is him explaining how, like, before the bullets go back into Joker's gun. That line before that. all objects given life by gold experience desire to return home. I think that line is cool.
Yeah.
I just think it's like, instead of being like they desire, they desire. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's not enough emphasis on the shark.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
and
Well,
I'm just gonna come out and say it. This voice kind of gives me Lucian Dodge vibes.
Yeah, I can see that actually.
Is this her first time or second? Because the voice sounds familiar.
This is the first time.
Okay.
But I hear this voice and I think of like Dust from Dust and Elysian Tale, or like Felix from Fire Emblem.
Also, sorry if I'm just assuming their pronouns. So sorry.
That's fine.
I'll just say they, to be on the safe side.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, because I swear it sounded like a voice actress, and that's no disrespect to the actor. It's like, actually, very that sounds like a good Italian accent. Speaking of that, you didn't mention that. We actually hear them say something in Italian.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that's true.
Which fun fact actually translate to foolish phantom.
Yeah.
So you know.
And that is accurate to Giorno. Like he does occasionally speak in Italian. So yeah, that's good job on that front.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I wasn't I feel what you're saying. Like it felt like Kevin was carrying everything. Like, does that make sense? It feels like Kevin was just doing great, and this actor was just doing good, but it could have been better.
I mean, the way I see it is basically this is about how I felt about the voice acting in Omni-Man versus Bardock.
Right.
Like both of them do a fantastic job. It's just that one of them doesn't really like sound like their character, and it throws me off.
Yeah, no. And again, sorry for going back to previous JoJo episodes, but when you're going up against Tom Shulk and I forget his
yeah, that's true.
Was it Billy? Was it Billy? No, that wasn't Bobby.
Benji.
The actor who Kenji. Thank you. You're going up against Tom and Denji. Sorry, Denji. When you're going up against Tom and Denji as established iconic JoJo characters, you kind of feel like, okay, you got to put your all into it. You know what I mean? Like, because JoJo voice acting is unique from traditional anime, because there's a lot of sharpness and there is a lot of exaggeration.
Right.
Yeah.
And I didn't get I did not feel the exaggeration.
I could see the attempt at least, but
Yeah, no. I mean, maybe if they come, well, it's too bad Giorno doesn't have another opponent, because I was going to say, maybe if Giorno gets to come back, maybe it'll be a good chance for them to improve. But wait.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will come up with something.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least the Mudas are good.
Yeah. Oh, the Mudas were great. I can definitely, hear part 3 elements in there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So cool,
The
man.
Death String was also pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. So hey, remember last episode when we said can we at least have a soundtrack that sounds like something from Persona?
We got that.
Well, we got that. Yeah, asking you shall receive. Yeah, Requiem for a Thief. I think that's what it is.
That is what it is. Yes.
It sounds pretty nice, and
I like the opening.
Oh,
yeah.
That one's. It sounds cool.
They got the same. They actually got the same vocalist who did Phantom's Game, a track that we talked about freaking 3 years ago.
I hate
Yeah.
Tom. Anyway.
But they got this. I mean, she sounds exactly like the vocalist from Persona
yeah.
5. So like.
Oh no, she's it's. I'm. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if those the people were related. Honestly, like she sounds that good.
Cellrise Force Child was fantastic. Like I loved. I did. I really loved the opening segment with the lyrics. Okay. Granted, I've never played Persona, so sorry if I'm making this weird comparison, but it almost sounded like I was listening to Casey Lee Williams record a Ruby track, and that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like
So.
I loved how the instrumentation was for her.
Yeah. And of course, there was a lot of Persona 5 like leitmotif in the music itself. They gotta be there, so just accept it.
Yeah. But I mean, thankfully we also did get a bit of a piano.
Yeah, we
Yes.
had to have a piano.
Giorno. So that was nice.
It's JoJo. You need a piano.
Yeah, they mentioned in the analysis, like as soon as you hear the piano start playing, run. And then they're like, well, all right, we got to use the piano for when Requiem shows up now, don't we? And sure enough, there it is. So like,
yeah, I just think this sounds really good. Like I don't know if I want to say that so soon. I think I do. It is my preferred. Between at least the Persona tracks. Like, like Winter Sonata.
yeah, I don't think there's any argument about that.
I was gonna say I do like Winter Sonata, but I do think this one just hits a lot more of that.
This one is better. I'll give it that.
Yeah, I don't know. Just Persona 5 soundtrack is so good, and I think this hits that theme really well. And yeah, I don't know what Fairwolf did really good with it, and it fits the fight really well. So I mean, I don't know what more I could ask for with this.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely prefer this over Winter Sonata, but then again, I don't really care about Winter Sonata.
Neither did I.
I'll be honest. At first, I was gonna say I think I prefer it to Diabolical not freaking Solid State Invincible. I hate names.
I disagree.
I was gonna say, but I wasn't entirely sure. But I mean, both tracks are good. It's just I think I prefer the style of this one more.
I think I think for my music taste, I do prefer Solid State Invincible, but I will listen to both on repeat any day of the week. So like that says more about the last track than it does this one.
Okay, it should say more about me because I've gone back to Solid State Invincible multiple times. This one I've gone back Requiem for a Thief. I have gone back to it just for that opening alone. And then the end section was also very good. I loved the end climax.
Yeah, which I mean, hey, considering how awesome the end climax of the fight is, like, I didn't mention it, but like freaking GER like mooting the central shell, that was hype as hell.
Yeah, that was cool.
So yeah, good to have a track. Good the music also fit with that.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, a banger track for a banger episode.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was very good. Definitely not perfect, but it was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like I said before, I do obviously still prefer Dio versus Alucard. I don't know if I prefer this over Jonathan versus Tanjiro, but I mean, I could probably flip-flop between those at any point. So. And then
but we are of the opinion it's better than Jotaro versus Kenpro.
I mean, no offense. I don't think that's
that makes me sad. Yeah,
That's-
no, you're right, and I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
And hopefully one day they'll either redo it or bring both back.
Why does my favorite JoJo character have my least favorite JoJo death battle?
I don't know.
You love to see it, absolutely.
Bro,
Mhm. Yep.
bro, simple answer. That was before the days of Liam.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough.
Actually, I'm curious what Liam would do with a rematch of that. Anyway, that's for another day, maybe. I don't know.
So you know what's funny? You know what we said before we started recording? You know what we said about this episode? We said that we wouldn't go on for over an hour.
Whoops.
We went on for over an hour. All right, cool. So
Damn it, we're too passionate. What the hell?
Yeah, I know. You can't contain our passion. Come on.
no, you can't really. But
to be completely fair, it is shorter than our Omni-Man Bardock discussion last time. So
Oh, absolutely.
True.
So we're at least hitting that. But anyway,
Yeah. I guess if you shave off the pre-ramble before that, you could probably get under an hour. But anyways, probably not anymore though. But anyways, yeah. So I agree that you can't contain our passion, and you especially can't contain our passion for the next episode.
Oh my goodness. I am okay. Well, say what it is before I explode.
Yep. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, prepare for peak. Because we got ourselves Bowser versus Eggman. It is coming at long goddamn last. That's
finally, let's go. Oh my goodness, I am so freaking ready. Holy shit. I have been waiting for this fight for years. Literal fucking years. Okay. I guess I'll start with that because, oh my goodness. So I don't think it's any surprise to say that I am a fan of both Mario and Sonic. I feel like
clearly not.
I have made that decently clear in these past few episodes leading up to this, and I think a few in the past. This is the fight I've always wanted for Bowser. When Bowser was announced in season 3, I wanted it to be Eggman. So badly. It wasn't.
Yeah, we got mid instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
It's a good matchup, to be fair.
It's a good
matchup. It's just it was not the best. It wasn't the best it could have been.
Yeah.
No.
It's unfortunate, but like ever since then, I thought literally after that episode, oh well, okay, I guess we're never getting this, and then freaking
8 years later.
Yep, 8 years later. But no, even before that, I remember it was pre Leo versus Tommy. I remember when the research team gave hints. Actually, should I be saying this? Whatever. It's been
years. All right. Who cares anymore?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but no. Okay, the research team gave out little hints to tease people what the next episode would be. I forget what exactly it was for Bowser Eggman for that, but I know someone brought up, or it was something relating to turtles, and I remember a lot of people saying even in this server Bowser. Oh, maybe it's Bowser Eggman. That. I think that is when I remember this fight spiking in popularity again, because man, and I'm so happy it's finally happening after all this time, and that it got popular. Oh my goodness. So, yeah.
Yeah.
80s.
It's funny. I showed the reveal for this fight to my sister, and she's not she doesn't super follow Death Battle. So what she's about to say was fair enough, I suppose. But I showed her the reveal, and she was like, "Didn't they do this fight already?" And I'm like, You'd think so, wouldn't you?
You think so? Yeah, like with how big this like Mario versus Sonic as a rivalry is, you'd expect them to tackle it by now, but you know,
Yeah.
not today.
I mean, yeah, we got Mario versus Sonic, we got Luigi versus Tails, we got Donkey Kong versus Knuckles, we got Mario versus Sonic again. Now it's time for Bowser and Eggman. So, yeah. So, like, I mean, okay, not only are we getting this, I said this when we talked about it last time, like, not only is this fight existing, but then, like, freaking Moro just decided, hey, let me cook.
Yeah. The Mad Lad.
Which I know now upsets a lot of people, knowing that he may not be able to. Because I remember a lot of people theorizing that, okay, if Tom versus Wily was going to be animated by one of two people, it would either be Moro or Luis. We'll cut Moro out of the equation now. It's
Well, I wouldn't say that just yet, but we'll see what happens.
Solo animating.
Oh well, then, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, because I remember a lot of people said they would love to see him solo animate Tom versus Wily.
Well, oh well.
Yeah.
Here, how about this? How about this for all you whiners? You get both.
There you go.
All right. How about you get that and then stop complaining for once?
Yeah,
I
he's
mean-
mad. He's taking on this whole project by himself. Like,
Yep.
not only
obviously,
that, but he's making this he made this project what it is. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
like he said on Twitter that this fight was supposed to be a lot more simplified than what it's going to end up becoming. And then Moro saw
and then-
the ideas that were thrown out, and he was like, "Nah, dude, I got this."
He slammed his fist down and said, "No, it's gonna be more. I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna cook, and oh my goodness."
And oh boy, is he!
Right.
We've seen a few snippets, and we're gonna see a big one tomorrow.
Oh, right, that's tomorrow. Oh boy.
At least hopefully, anyway.
We'll see, but like, yeah, man, I like. God, like, okay, listen. If you would have told me, like, shown me this when I was like, however old I was, when Bowser versus Ganon was announced, like, I wouldn't have believed you. I
No.
legit would not have believed you. Like,
I'll go a
How
step
is this
further.
real?
If you had told me even last year that that a hand-drawn, not just a hand-drawn fight between Bowser and Eggman, but a hand-drawn army fight, where like the armies actually matter.
yep.
If you had told me that was gonna be a thing, if you had told me that last year, of all, like, even like after Galactus versus Unicron, right? Like where they showed that like their resources are freaking buck wild. Even if you had told me that like, hey, by the way, next year we're getting Bowser versus Eggman, you know, that fight you've been wanting for like 4 years now, and it's gonna be hand drawn, and all their armies are gonna be involved, I would have been like, bro, what are you on? Like,
Yep.
It's like there's no way they could do that. I'm going to forever stop saying that now.
Yeah, after this, I don't think there's anything that the team can't do if they're passionate enough. Yeah, I don't think there's anything the team can't do if they're passionate enough.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like even like when like we heard that Moro was gonna get a fight, do a solo fight this year, I thought it would be something simple. I expected Bendy versus Cuphead because, like, duh, he's known for indie games, like, no shit. But like, man, it's going above and beyond that, and I cannot be happier. I can't. And we already got a Hotel Mario reference in the snippet, and holy shit. I can't.
Yeah.
And what helps, like in this case, is that I think it's fair to say that we're all like at least decent fans of Mario and Sonic as franchises.
I am. Yes, I am.
Childhood.
Childhood.
Childhood series alert. Like, okay, I'm gonna take it a step beyond Mario. I'm gonna say it. Mario's my favorite series the show's ever used. I'm gonna go that far.
I understand that.
All right.
Like that's probably childhood bias, but I don't care.
No, that's fine. Like, I mean, I know that I'm like I don't know if I have like a huge reputation, but I give Nintendo a lot of shit. But like, but even still, even with that in mind, I still like this franchise. I still like Mario.
Yeah. Same.
Anyways, yeah. So Mario, great. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, So I think Super Mario Galaxy is like one of the first games I remember playing on a Nintendo console. So like,
Wow.
I'm a 2000 kid. Okay.
No, I understand. I understand completely, but just yeah.
I'm a
Hey,
2000.
it's a good
I'm a
choice.
2000 kid, and I'm a PlayStation kid. Okay. My Mario was Crash
No.
Bandicoot.
No, I can really understand. Don't worry.
Anyways, so yeah, I remember like getting a Wii, and we got Mario Galaxy for it. We got Mario Kart Wii for it.
Hey.
And yeah, those were fun times. Fun times.
Oh yeah.
And then like Bowser's Inside Story is probably one of my favorite RPGs ever. Which granted, I'm not like a super massive RPG fan, but I do enjoy it on occasion. But Bowser's Inside Story is freaking wild. I love it.
Right.
So yeah, and I mean, I know there are people that don't like Mario, and that's fair. But like, you can't deny that like this franchise is like everyone calls Mario himself like Mr. Video Game, like, and that's
Well, he was.
he still is.
Or he is. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
no,
he is.
no.
Yeah. If not for Mario and just franchise, like gaming probably wouldn't be half as important as it is today. So
Yeah.
No,
That's gotta mean
it
something.
wouldn't.
So being the antagonist to that, that's gotta mean something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up with both these two as well. With Mario, it was Mario 64, which we did watch a playthrough of recently, and then I've played almost every Mario game. In the early 2000s, my favorite Mario game was Super Mario Sunshine.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then of course I played Super Mario Galaxy 1, and my father played it as well. I watched him play it, and that was about the last one. I have played Mario Kart on occasions, and then Sonic. Yeah, I've played the original Sonic games on Sega Genesis, and I've played some modern Sonic games, but not a lot. And the last recent one I played was Generations.
Oh,
And I
wow.
did actually no, I'm sorry. Actually no, correction. It was Sonic Mania.
Oh, okay.
I know I still need to play Frontiers, and
Yes,
I
you do.
do want to get I do want to get the Shadow X. Sonic
Oh
Generations.
my God, yes, dude. Shadow Generations is so good.
Mhm. So I am very much, and I have obviously seen the cartoons for these characters. It's not just video games. I've seen the original Super Mario Brothers Super Show, and with the Mario rap. I did watch. Yeah, I did watch Sonic Sat AM. I've seen Sonic X. That was my Sonic show.
Yep, same.
Yeah, and of course I've seen a little bit of Sonic Boom, And then I haven't seen the most recent Sonic stuff. And of course, I saw the Sonic OVA. You know, the great OVA, which with Metal. That was my introduction to Metal. Was that OVA?
Oh, nice.
Yes, and of course I've seen the Sonic live action movies. I went to see Sonic 2 with my brother when it came out in theaters, and it was a great time, great experience.
All right, so say I if you're excited for Sonic 3.
I was gonna go. It's gonna go.
That was good.
I'm so
hyped. No, yeah, it's great. It's gonna be amazing. Like, look, it's gonna kick Mufasa's ass.
It's better.
It better.
No, yeah, it better. I better not see Mufasa make more money than Sonic 3. That's bullshit. And I have not seen the newest Super Mario Brothers movie. I've seen segments of it. I've seen the Peaches song. Peaches! But I did watch a lot the original live action movie.
Oh god.
It's actually not as bad as people say it is.
You know, the sad thing is that I actually feel like I should believe you.
Like, it's not Batman and Robin levels of bad.
Anyways,
all right. Can I go in a little more? I mean, I know you haven't said your piece on Sonic, but bro,
right? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll have a lot more to say. I feel so. Go ahead.
Okay. So yes. So, I mean, I feel. I flat out mentioned Mario's my favorite series they've ever used on Death Battle, and that still holds up. Like, I have played like almost every single one of the main platformers in some way, shape, or form. I loved them all. My childhood was a lot of my childhood was spent playing freaking Mario Kart Double Dash, because I like that, like Double Dash. I vividly remember like being one of the first games I've ever played, and even though we don't do it as much, I know me and my dad had a lot of competitions in that when I was younger, and those were always so much fun. I normally kicked his ass. Don't tell him I said that. I played a lot of I played I played a lot of the Mario parties, and I've had a lot of fun there.
Oh, you poor soul.
Hey, they were fun mostly.
Oh, I don't doubt that, but I don't doubt that. But that's those games and Mario 3D World are like the ultimate Mario games to play when you don't want to have your friends anymore.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, those get really hectic and very shouty.
Dude, I played
but regardless, they were still really fun.
It might have been Mario Party Superstars, one of the more recent Mario Party games. I played that. Yeah. I've told this story before. I actually have not told the story on the podcast before, but I told this on a scrapped video now because editing that video would make me sad. But I played one of the newer. I'm pretty sure it was Superstars.
It was Superstars, yeah.
But I played that at RTX. While I was at RTX, I played that with like Mate and Wolf and a bunch of people on the Death Battle Discord and other people that were hanging out there. Yeah, and I did so bad. The game was not in my favor. And as Mate can testify, I got a little heated.
Oh no.
That game, I'm sure it's a great game, but God, I definitely lost my sanity after that day.
No, yeah, Mario Party can do that to you for sure. But gosh, but no, just this franchise has always been with me growing up, and I'm so happy because all the memories it's given me has just been so great, and I will always hold it this franchise near and dear to my heart. Heck, I have a Mario blanket. Damn it! Like literally, right now I'm looking at it. I have a freaking Mario blanket. If that doesn't say everything, I don't know what does.
I have a Bowser amiibo sitting on my desk.
Hey, nice.
I don't have any. I don't have any Eggman or Bowser memorabilia. Sorry. I have kind of a plastic rubber supersonic figure that was given to me by a friend recently. So that counts for
that counts for something.
There you go.
That's something. So yeah, I mean, I could go on, but again, time. But
Oh wait, real quick. Sorry, real quick. It was because of Sonic that I got introduced to chili dogs, and I love chili dogs. Okay.
You know what? Based. That is based. Good
there you go.
As for Sonic, I mean, I feel like for the longest time, heck, when I first appeared on this podcast, my profile picture was a Sonic. I think that is.
I wouldn't if you would bring that up.
Oh, don't worry, I will. I will. You will never forget. But no, I also really love the Sonic series. Like, has a lot of fun personality to it. The gameplay is really fun. Eggman especially. Same goes with Bowser, but these two are just so much fun.
Yeah.
But they can also be so menacing. When they get menacing, stuff's getting real.
Yeah,
I love that about them.
One of my favorite moments for Eggman comes from of all games comes from Sonic Lost World.
The one in the Ice World.
Yeah. He's just laying into he's just verbally laying into the Deadly Six. And he just punches down an ice wall, nearly breaking his hands in the process. And as Orbot is like, "Hey, are you okay?" Eggman's line is, and I quote, "As long as I can still strangle a Zeddy, my hands are fine." I'm like, this man just nearly broke his hands, and he's still threatening to strangle somebody in a kid's game? Okay.
Goodness. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it still gives me chills. Wow.
Lost World is the biggest mixed bag when it comes to how it's written. Ironically, it has one of the best it has some of the best writing for Eggman, and yet some of the worst writing for Sonic. That's how, I don't know how they managed that, but they sure did. But then between you get a glimpse into Eggman's personal life through the egg memos from Frontiers. Eggman's relationship with Sage especially is really cute. And then in the IDW comics, he's just a goddamn monster. This man caused a global pandemic that would put freaking COVID to shame and did not give a shit.
Oh no.
The only reason he ever cared to stop it was because he was at risk too, and it was just getting worse and worse and worse. And also the Deadly Six kicked him out of his base, but that's inconsequential, right?
Goodness.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. This also does apply to Bowser too. But Eggman, both Bowser and Eggman are villains that I feel like are perfect balances between serious, threatening, menacing, terrifying, and yet goofy as hell.
Oh, for sure.
Again, for Bowser, I harken back to Bowser's Inside Story. He absolutely can be a monstrous physical threat, but he's also a huge dork. and I think that juxtaposition is freaking hilarious. So, yeah. So yeah, if it wasn't obvious, we like these two. For me, for Sonic,
Fair.
I mean, I've said it every time we get a Sonic fight on Death Battle, but I'm a huge Sonic fan. I can say that even more now because I actually finally played through Sonic Adventure.
There you go.
I've actually played an adventure game, Smile.
There you go.
I could not say that. I felt like it was like sacrilege because I call myself a Sonic fan and I haven't played the adventure games. Well, now I have. So, well, okay, I still haven't played Adventure 2, but I played Adventure 1. I scratched that off the list at long freaking last. So, and then yeah, there's Sonic Heroes was like probably the first game the first Sonic game I played. That was cool. Sonic Generations is probably the first Sonic game I ever owned. And that was a blast. Generations is fantastic. I love it. Remaster, by the way, like I said, fire. I'm actually one of the few people who gets unironic enjoyment out of Sonic 06. So, you know, you can take my opinion however the hell you want with that. I played through a little bit of Sonic and the Black Knight recently, and that's a game where literally everything is great about it except for the game. Surprisingly, that's more common than you may think. Where everything about this video game is really, really, really good, except for the actual video game. Black Knight fits that to a T. I played through Sonic Colors, specifically Colors Ultimate. I never got the chance to play the original. But I played the remaster, and I know the remaster gets a lot of shit, but for me, the only issues I ever came across were some, like, frame rate drops. And then by drops, I mean, like, it dips down by, like, 5 frames. Like, it's noticeable, but I never, like, I never had a moment where the game froze and then I died. It was just enough for me to be like, oh, frame rate dip, that's freaking weird. Anyways, moving on. And the rest of the game itself is pretty good.
Yeah, it's very solid.
Yeah, I played through a little bit of Sonic Unleashed. I really do need to actually replay that because I didn't get very far and I haven't played it in literal years. So that's
all I'll say is it's a good game. Good luck on some of the later nighttime stages, especially Empire City Night.
That's what I've heard.
I like the Werehog. I know that's controversial. I hate freaking Empire City Night. That stage can go screw itself.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, from what I remember playing, I didn't mind the Werehog.
Yeah, that's fun.
If it wasn't obvious from how I've been listing how I feel about Sonic games, I'm actually very easy to please. Like when I can play Sonic 06 and be like, and get like unironic enjoyment out of it, yeah, I'm easy to please.
Are you sure you're a Sonic fan? You seem to be a lot more accepting. No, I'm kidding.
Watch out for Sonic fans. We don't like Sonic.
Exactly.
If as a side note, all you people on Twitter that I don't go to anymore, if I ever see another one of you bitch about Sonic's quill size, I'm going to find you.
Oh goodness.
Before the release of Frontiers, I freaking hated that.
Oh yeah. Annoying.
Oh, and then yeah, Sonic Frontiers. That's like probably my favorite Sonic game.
Nice.
Especially after the Final Horizon. The new ending is way better than the old one, and I didn't think the old one was that bad. Like, I don't hate the original ending, the original final boss of Frontiers as much as a lot of other people do. It is the worst boss in the game, yes, but also the other bosses are like peak cinema. So like, what do you want? But they took that and they made the Final Horizon adds a peak cinema final boss to it too. So we're chilling. And then yeah, I did see the Sonic movies. They're good. I also watched Knuckles. And not gonna lie, the people again complaining about Twitter, smile. Shocker, I know. I saw the one tweet in particular that stands out to me is that someone said that Knuckles, because of the show, Knuckles had a worse anniversary than Sonic did in 2006. And I'm
that seems a little hard, even though I haven't seen it.
And I'm like, you do realize that Sonic 06 nearly killed the franchise, right?
I'm gonna say, what?
Like Knuckles is a is an average time waster at worst. Like it is. I don't love the show. It's definitely the worst part of the movie part of the franchise. Comparing it to Sonic 1 and 2, it is definitely worse, but it is harmless at its worst. It is not that bad. So yeah. Well, if you want to talk about, I'll just say, I never finished it. I only watched the first batch. But if you want to talk about really awkward Sonic cartoons, Sonic Prime is rough. At least from what I've heard, it never, like, I mentioned I did a Twitter thread about my issues after watching the first 3 episodes, and then I added like all 8 to my media thread last year. And from what I understand, I will probably at one point watch it myself to confirm. But from what I understand, the remaining batch of episodes did not improve my problems with it. So that's cool to see.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Again, I haven't finished it. The first batch of episodes was only 8 episodes long. So, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll finish it and we'll see what happens from there.
Indeed.
But yeah. So wasn't obvious. I'm kind of a Sonic fan.
What?
And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I know, like, there's still gonna be a lot of people being like, the memes. Sonic had a rough transition to 3D. We had IGN. Sonic was never good. But I honestly think that Sonic as a franchise is in a really great position right now. I know Frontiers and Prime didn't appeal to everybody, but from what I understand, they did appeal to the vast majority. It's just that the vast majority are pretty silent, all things considered. So between those, we had the Generations remaster with Shadow on top of it. We have the 2 movies with a 3rd one coming out. Like, the Sonic movies are so good, they brought Jim Carrey back for them.
Yeah.
Like, Jim Carrey doesn't do trilogies ever. So not only did they bring him back for a 3rd movie, but they're having him play 2 characters. Like, I think these movies are pretty good.
Yeah, you know, if at that rate, like, there should be no complaining that the movies are good, but you know,
Yeah.
they're just that.
And then from what,
saggy flesh.
yeah, indeed. And from what I've heard from Sonic Team, Frontiers is going to be kind of like the basis for the franchise going forward, and we kind of get a glimpse of that with Shadow Generation. So, you know, it's good to see that they're not lying to us with that. And if that continues to remain true, then the future is looking bright. And that's not even getting into the IDW comics. Those comics are freaking wild. I haven't finished them yet. I'm very close. I'm like this close. But I've read the vast majority of them, and they are so good. I know, like there was a time when like every Sonic fan was like, yeah, the IDW comics are like the Archie comics get a little weird at times, like very weird. But the IDW comics are like probably some of the best written media for Sonic. And I can still say that even now, even after Frontiers and Shadow Generations, both of them were written by the GOAT himself, Ian Flynn. Please keep him on. So yeah. So between all of us being Mario and Sonic fans, and then we got Moro cooking, and then we got DJ cooking on the script and the edits.
Holy shit, the edits.
And it's an army battle on top of that. I think we're excited for this episode.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm okay. Maybe I shouldn't speak too soon, but I'm kind of hoping this like becomes a new episode addition to my top 10. I kind of hope that. Not gonna lie, and it's looking promising to take that one of those spots. But you know,
yeah,
we'll see.
And I think I know I speak for Z-Dog too when I say this, but when we had the finished Kickstarter lineup, and I think I can say this even further, even after now that we know what the rematch is going to be. This is the fight that we were both like,
yes,
please, like, come right now.
Inject it into our veins now.
Yeah, this is the one
That's a great transition.
Yeah.
This is gonna be good. Literally, Sunday can't get here any sooner now. Like,
yeah,
hurry up.
Please hurry up. Yeah. And then like all the snippets we've seen from like the Kickstarter video, the little army previews we've been getting, like, oh my god.
Exactly. Man.
I mean I said this last time, but that preview, was my favorite preview of the bunch, and it didn't even have a background yet. So
that's gotta say something. So, oh, yeah.
And now it does, and I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting that set piece. Those like a bright grassy set piece was not what I thought. What I thought this was going to lead to, but I'm okay with it. It looks pretty. I
mean, I'm sure it'll get more destroyed as the fight goes on.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know. There's somewhere in the Mushroom Kingdom, obviously, but like wherever they are, it's probably going to turn into a wasteland when this fight is over.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and actually, yeah, the Kickstarter snippet actually gave us a little glimpse into how Eggman's gonna sound.
Yep, and we actually do know. I don't know where it got announced, but the wiki actually does say who that voice is. Hold up.
Oh yeah, it's Arthur Romeo, right?
Is that Eggman? That's good.
Yeah, Arthur Romeo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, he sounds really good from just that snippet. So
it kind of sounds like a bit of like a glimpse, like a middle ground between obviously Mike Pollock and then Dean Bristow.
Yeah, I would see that. Or hear that, I guess.
Yeah, and it kind of sounds like a good middle ground between them, which is actually kind of something they've been doing a lot lately with with their Sonic characters, between like Sonic and Shadow. And then obviously Silver was a different thing, but Silver was a unique case. But like between Sonic and Shadow, like there was even if they weren't, I don't know if they were like super intending for it, but both the voice actors for there sound like a middle ground between their current voice actors and the previous ones.
Yeah. Which, I mean, those sounded really good. So
yeah,
I think that's a good way to go about Sonic voice acting nowadays. So
yeah, probably. It's just it is a little jarring because Mike Pollock's been Eggman for like 20 years now.
Yep.
With no real signs of him ever going away. So it is jarring, but like, but I accept it. It still sounds good. I just need to hear more.
Yep. Well, we shall probably tomorrow again.
Yeah, probably.
So, and then we still don't have voice actor confirmation for anyone else. I don't really know, honestly, who could fit the role of Bowser at this rate. Like, I'm sure they'll find someone. I'm sure he'll do good, but
yeah.
Watch it be Austin Lee Matthews.
It is worth noting. Obviously, this might not matter by the time this podcast drops because this podcast is absolutely dropping after the preview. So I don't know if they'll announce who's voicing who on cast tomorrow to kind of date when we're recording this. But just for our sake, it is worth noting that they did confirm, both Morrow and Tiki confirmed that
that's right,
that Bowser will have a voice actor. It's not just going to be like sampled sounds from Mario games.
Which, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad they're.
I mean, I'm fine with some. Like, if they have to sample some of them, like the Mario movie did.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
That's fine. I just hope Bowser speaks I just want Bowser to speak full lines of dialogue. That's all I really ask for, and it sounds like that's what we're getting. So cool, man.
Heck yeah. And then we don't know if any of their other troops are getting voice acting. I imagine Junior will, at least. Junior and Metal and Sage probably, but I don't know.
Probably not Metal. Metal doesn't really talk much anymore.
I guess not.
I don't know why. I don't know why Sega's insistent on making Metal's personality be like generic drone.mp4, but okay. I mean, he talks as like Metal Overlord, so like that's still fine. Like as Neo Metal Sonic, he still talks. So that's fine, I guess. It's just the regular Metal Sonic form doesn't speak anymore. I imagine if any of their armies is gonna have a voice actor, it's probably gonna be Sage.
Yeah.
Like I could see people like Kamek Jr., King Boo. I could see them like resorting to their in-game sounds rather than like full dialogue. But Sage is different. Like so
Yeah.
That's fair.
So yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know if there's anything else for us to.
Soundtrack, I guess.
Sure. I mean, it's Sonic. It's a Sonic show. It's Mario and Sonic music. I'm sure something's gonna be good with it.
Yeah.
Brandon, that's composing it.
Yeah, probably Brandon.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. It can be either or, because Therewolf did Mario vs. Sonic.
Yeah, too.
Yeah, but Brandon did Sonic, Ryuko, Silver, and Trunk. So
True.
He seemed to do most of those.
Although I'll be honest, I don't think I have doubts it's going to be a vocal track. Honestly, that's probably going to age really damn poorly, but I don't care.
Yeah. Also, Brandon did Bowser versus Ganondorf.
True.
I mean,
he also did a track on this very episode before as a commission. So like that's. I'm not doubting Brandon will. I'm not like saying no. It's gonna be Therewolf 1000%. But, anyways,
yeah. Moving on.
Yep. So, is it time?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been an hour. It's been over an hour, so let's do it.
All right.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this for all you folks watching. You might want to sit down, and you might want to grab a snack of some sort. Grab your popcorn, grab your candy bars or whatever. Whatever you decide to snack on during movies or some shit. And strap yourselves in, because talking about who wins this fight is gonna be a doozy. So, just to again, this won't be this. I'll do this again next time, and this will be the last time I do this. But just because it's the first 4 episodes, just a reminder of how we do this now. Basically, just imagine you've probably seen Death Battle Cast. It's literally their community death battles, except we're not trying to prove that our characters win. And we're also not timed on our opening statements. And thank God for that for this fight.
I was gonna say that would have been impossible for this one especially.
So yeah, but 2 of us are given characters. In this case, Z-Dog will be repping Bowser, and I will be repping Eggman. And how this works is that we're basically going to be talking about both characters, who they are, what they're capable of, and also in this case, who are they bringing into battle. There will be no comparisons until we are both done with our statements, and then after that, it's debate time.
Yep. This one's gonna be a doozy. I'm just saying that outright.
Yep. As far as ground rules go, well, okay. As far as media goes, both of them are basically getting just about everything. The only notable exceptions. I personally don't think the movies are gonna have anything more than like an Easter egg in the fights. Like I know that the Koopa General and the Bad Nicks from the Sonic movies, they do show up in the like the standoff shot. But aside from like maybe like one or two passing glances, aside from that, that's probably going to be the extent of it. And I know that we've seen we've seen a preview of Bowser's analysis, and the movie shows up a lot. But again, that's probably just footage. But at the same time, the movies don't really. I'm just gonna say it. The movies don't add really much of anything. So,
no matter how good they are, they're not gonna.
No.
Yeah.
But the only like noted exceptions for what they're getting as far as the analysis go are Mario. Mario has like a manga or something. Mario-kun.
Yeah, Mario-kun.
That's not getting included, and then Eggman is obviously not getting the Archie comics. But like obviously both of them are getting their games. Freaking duh. And then whatever like cartoons. Eggman's getting the IDW comics. I know that's like. There's been some debate over that. The IDW comics are canon. I don't know why there's debate over this. I guess just because they're comics and not games. And then after Archie Sonic, I guess I understand. But the IDW comics are canon. They take place sometime between Forces and Frontiers. I don't. I mean, I guess I don't know Ian Flynn's like creative strokes, but I don't know if the IDW comics will ever adapt events after Frontiers.
Kind of hope they do, from what I've seen, but who knows?
I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope I am, but anyways, so that's basically it as far as media goes. So basically, aside from Mario-kun and the Archie comics, everything else is probably fair game. Mario plus Rabbids is not canon, but that one might be weird.
I'll be honest, I did include some like weapons from it just in case. So I have a feeling it's probably.
I've also heard contention on. So from what I've heard, the first 3 Paper Mario games are fair game. Everything after that is really weird.
Sticker Star. So yeah, so Super 1000-Year Door and the OG. Sticker Star onward, no.
Yeah.
It's odd, but I think I get it. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, it's because Paper Jam made things weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't have anything noted from it, but I don't know if there's been any word about Sonic Chronicles. Because I know that's a bit of a weird topic too. I'll just say that I don't have anything noted from that, and then move on.
Yeah, and also I feel like this above every episode's got this is the second one I've done. We're human. We've probably forgotten some stuff.
Yeah.
So this is just to inform us a little bit more. This is not a perfect thing. Just get that through your heads right now, please.
Yeah. Both of these franchises are like Mario's been going on for over 40 years. Sonic's been going on for over 30. Almost 35. Anyways, not the point. The point is that these franchises are long. They've been going on for a while, and these are franchises where basically every year has given us at least one game. At least. And then throw in whatever cartoons and comics on top of that, and it's like there's a lot, okay? And it's not just because of that, but this leads into another ground rule, is that who and what are they getting? And the short answer is pretty much everything. Whether it's something they built and probably never used, something that something that they have used even once, or if it is a minion or a character that would work that. Okay, if it's a character that would never ever work for them, then they're off the table. So like Bowser's not getting like Phantasma,
or like Dimentio.
Or Dimentio, yeah. And like Eggman's not getting like Shadow or Omega. Even though he's built Omega, Omega would rather die before working with Eggman.
Exactly.
He's less cooperative to work with Eggman than like Shadow or Sonic are. But aside from that, everything is on the table, even if it was a one-off. Which is good, which is especially good because if they didn't include one-offs, then there's no point in doing this fight. I'm just gonna say that because like 99% of their shit is one-off stuff.
Exactly. And where's the fun in that at that rate?
Yeah. Like most of their shit showed up in one game, got destroyed, or just vanished off the face of the earth and was never seen again. So there's always going to be the question of, well, what do you include at that rate? Apparently the people at Death Battle just decided, freaking screw it, give them everything.
Yep.
So yeah, so that's the general idea here. So with that in mind, the official title is Bowser vs. Eggman. Z-Dog, the floor is yours, yet you can't take it home.
Fine, I'll settle with the ceiling. All right. Okay, let's freaking do this. I really hope next episode is a lot simpler if I decide to go on it. I'm just saying that much. Anyway, the Mushroom Kingdom may seem like a quiet, peaceful place, and for the most part, you'd be right. With a mighty ruler and Princess Peach and several toads living in harmony. That was until a mighty army was hoping to take it over and rule it with an iron thumb. This was the almighty Koopa King Bowser, who used an evil spell to turned the Mushroom Kingdom's inhabitants into bricks, with only Peach being capable of reverting them back to normal. Which is why, of course, Bowser took Peach for himself to keep a strong rule over this land, and also probably because of good looks. Let's be honest here. And okay, sorry, making sure that I don't get disconnected because I'm reading it off my phone. Okay. But thanks to two portly plumbers, his rule only lasted for so long. But trust me, this was far, 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 far from the last time he would attempt control over the kingdom. And every single time he does it, he has a vast army to back himself up. Okay. All right, but before we dive into that fully, Bowser does have a lot to go over by himself, such as his very own shell. Yeah, but that big old thing on his back makes for a very impressive tool in combat, with his giant spikes making for a great protection and attack. He can even hide in. Oh my goodness! Okay. He can even hide inside it and roll around at great speeds, which also makes for a great projectile when it's not on his back. Definitely makes facing him no easy feat. Not to mention he has an extremely powerful fire breath that can turn most enemies into a crisp when facing it. Along with that, the king uses his sheer weight to crush his enemies under his feet, such as with techniques like the Bowser Bomb, slamming down at his enemies. What's more, he can just suck enemies into his gullet with no hesitation. He is also surprisingly extremely adept in magical abilities, such as being able to turn the kingdom's inhabitants into brick blocks, like mentioned before, or being able to turn a normal Koopa into a frog. But he also has a whole bunch of useful tools to assist him in combat, such as a variety of hammers, Okay, such as a variety of hammers, whether it be normal-sized ones or giant ones capable of sending individuals flying. Not to mention having a variety of magical wands up his arsenal, such as the Minimizer, which makes people extremely tiny, as well as the Star Rod, a legendary rod that is stated to grant wishes, as well as making himself invincible, having healing properties, transmutation, and empowering himself. Okay. But if that's not enough firepower to work with, how about just straight up firearms? Yep, after teaming up, okay, yeah, I included this. It might not be included, but whatever. Yep, after teaming up with Mario and the Rabbids, he gained a giant gun called the Bazooka. This is a giant rocket launcher with rockets that explode on impact with other enemies. But that's not all he got with his rampage with the Rabbids, because he also got a swarm of Rabbid Mecha Koopas, which come in a fiery variant. Basically, they're just little mechanized Koopas that explode. Yeah. Okay. But when land isn't enough, Bowser is capable of taking to the sky with his Koopa Clown Car, which was capable of holding himself plus his kids, as well as giant bowling balls. But that's not the only aerial gear this Koopa is packing. He also has his giant airship fleet packed to the brim with cannons, bullet bills, and much more, as well as being a useful mode of transportation. All right, breather. Because my goodness. All right. Now let's take a slight break from Bowser himself and focus on some of the loyal Koopa Troop he has access to, such as previous death battle combatants Goombas and Koopas, both having wing counterparts as well. Okay. Such as previous death battle combatants, Goombas and Koopas, which, basic enemy grunts, as with both of them having winged counterparts, as well as explosive bomb-oms, adorable Shy Guys, tenacious Hammer Brothers with a good throwing weapon, ghastly Boos, ferocious Piranha Plants, Lakitus, which can throw down Spinies, aquatic warriors like Cheep Cheeps and Bloopers, Chain Chomps, Stony Thwomps and Womps, magical Magic Koopas, which they're different from someone I'll be mentioning later, and a variety of missiles called Bullet Bills. But there's definitely a few big players on this army to focus on, such as his right-hand man ever since he was a literal child, Kamek, a master of all things magical, and with his trusty magic wand, he can do a bunch of great things, such as transmutation, turning other objects into enemies, making clones of himself, and potentially others, buffing other enemies, such as making them grow into giants, and able to transmute the ground around him. I might have had that twice. Damn it. All right.
No worries.
It also doubles as a great baseball bat because, of course, these can all be done while flying on his broomstick. Great for quick evasions. Next up is his very own child, Bowser Jr., who has a variety of things to work with, one of which being a special magic paintbrush, which can paint any land with an icky paint-like goop, able to pollute any area, and some even hot enough to burn plumbers to a Okay. Some even hot enough to burn plumbers' rumps to a crisp, and it is also able to create portals to other areas and even create goopy enemies to take Mario down, on top of being able to disguise himself as a shadowy Mario himself, which actually fooled a bunch of inhabitants of Delfino Plaza. It also doubles as a nice baseball bat, because yes. Not to mention having his own iteration of the Koopa Clown Car, being even more advanced with it being able to grow boxing gloves and hide things like bob-ombs and mecha Koopas. Okay, and hide things such as bob-ombs, mecha Koopas, and healing items such as mushrooms as well. And finally, what might be one of the biggest assets of his crew is the Grand King of all the Boos called, well, King Boo. While certain iterations might not seem like much, he has a lot up his undead sleeves, as short as they may be. Like a lot of other Boos, he can turn invisible and is very good at flying, as well as use his tongue as a melee weapon. Plus, being able to create duplicates or cast illusions on his foes. But unlike a lot of other Boos, he is able to do a lot more thanks to the special crown he wears in the Luigi's Mansion games, like allowing him to shoot lightning from it, which was able to destroy a moon, and brainwash other ghosts to do his bidding. But by far, King Boo's deadliest ability is his paintings. With just a single frame, King Boo is able to trap anyone into a pocket dimension where they are unable to escape without some sort of special light device or by defeating him. Each painting is considered an alternate universe, including one that could engulf a 15-story hotel. He was even able to suck people inside them for direct encounters. Heck, he was even able to do this to the main Palmer boy himself. Albeit, the king is also susceptible to his own portrait prisons if someone knew about them. Alright, I think that's enough of a break. So, let's now talk about some of the forms that this king has turned into. Starting with his most iconic form, the one where he fucking dies. This, of course, being Dry Bowser. Hold up. Okay, good. I always need to check every once in a while. Okay.
Yeah,
This, of course, being Dry Bowser. This form allows him to throw bones at his opponents and fall apart like a standard dry bones. With the power of the Super Bell, Bowser can turn into a giant cat form called Meowser. No, I'm not kidding. This form gives him upgraded strength and speed, but also allows him to climb walls and scratch enemies with sharp claws. As well, he can use this alongside a Double Cherry, which gives the user a clone which can be used as an extra hit point. Up next is Fury Bowser, a giant monster version of Bowser, corrupted. But up next is Fury Bowser, a giant monster form of Bowser corrupted by black goop. This version just terrorizes everything with its sheer size, and even causes storm clouds to appear when it does show up. Alright, almost done here, but if you thought Meowser was odd, you clearly haven't seen Castle Bowser from Wonder. By grabbing a Wonder Flower, a mystical object from the Flower Kingdom, Bowser ended up fusing with the Flower Castle and spread havoc everywhere in the kingdom. Bowser has access to a lot of wonder effects in this form, which can do a wide variety of things. Some of which being able to slow down time. Some of which being able to slow down and speed up time, transmute people into other things like slime creatures, and make the world spin, and even turn it into a musical number. Gasp. You can also imbue the wonder power onto others, such as onto Bowser Jr. And last but certainly not least, with the power of the Dreamstone, Bowser was able to turn into Dreamy Bowser, gaining the power of dreams and the palm of his hands. Able to make any dream a reality. Okay, I'm gonna start over. Hold on. And last but certainly not least, with the power of the Dreamstone, Bowser was able to turn into Dreamy Bowser, gaining the power of dreams in the palm of his hands. Such as being able to make any dream a reality, able to summon dreamy versions of his own troops, which he can empower, able to heal himself with a breather. Really, the only limit to this form is his sheer twisted imagination. Dream Bowser is so strong, he is said to have the power of multiple dreams, which are considered separate universes. With all this firepower up his sleeve, it's no surprise that Bowser and his troops have a lot of power backing them up. Bowser's strong enough to send castles flying into orbit, fast enough to tag Starship Mario, which can travel through space like it's nothing, and tough enough to survive dips in the sun and even black holes no problem. Plus, as a star child, he should be comparable to Yoshi, who sent Raphael the Raven flying hard enough to turn him into a constellation. And his constant battles with Mario prove he should scale to feats like surviving the universe getting reset and dodging laser fire and sunlight, as well as him traveling to trial galaxies, being described at the edges of the universe. So if all this wasn't enough, Bowser and his mighty Koopa Troop are nothing to underestimate. So if this little bio tells you anything, it's to all hail the Koopa King.
All right.
That's it. Apologies for all the stuttering, but oh my goodness.
Take a breather there, champ. You've earned it.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right. Now for Eggman.
Yes.
All right. So, greetings, everyone. I've come to make an announcement.
Goodness.
Dr. Eggman is a dangerous scientist who absolutely should not be taken lightly. Born as Ivo Robotnik, Eggman idolized his grandfather Gerald, who had accomplished much in his life as a genius scientist. But while Gerald wanted to improve the world, at least at first, Ivo wanted to rule it. So he put his own genius mind to work, with the goal of creating Eggman Land, a world where everyone is under his command, building a robot army using innocent animals as living batteries. All while making plans to acquire the Chaos Emeralds, mystical gems that grant limitless power. But while his genius was to be feared, his plans were ultimately foiled by the hyperactive blue boar himself, Sonic the Hedgehog. But Eggman is nothing if not determined, and thus began a life of constant plotting and constant battles against his speedy nemesis. And fortunately, Eggman has plenty of tools to keep up. With an IQ of 300, Eggman is a master of competing in fights with intellect and strategy, playing his enemies right into his hands. On multiple occasions, Eggman has duped Knuckles the Echidna into putting him into conflict with Sonic, and in the IDW comics, Eggman tricked his former follower, Dr. Starline, into using all the energy of his strongest weapon, leaving him open for a literal hand-to-hand beatdown. Yeah, Eggman may often rely on mechs and robots, but he's not unwilling to step into battle himself. Not only has he had at least a couple instances of using his bare fists, even being strong enough to punch down a wall of ice or even punch cars off the roads. Yes, this is real. But he occasionally brings an assortment of handguns with him, one of which fires a laser strong enough to vaporize a chunk of a wall. But outside of personal weapons, Eggman's got a few more aces up his sleeves, ranging from an hourglass machine that can return stolen items from enemies and revive fallen teammates, or the Metal Virus, a deadly virus that transmutes organic life into robot zombies that Eggman has some degree of control over. The problem with this, though, is that Eggman, in all his infinite wisdom, never developed either a cure for the virus nor a way for him to be immune to it. So he too is vulnerable to his own virus. It's also worth noting that the more that get infected, the less control Eggman has over them. Eggman also commands a large variety of battleships and mobile bases. The Egg Carrier supports a massive front-mounted laser cannon. The Face Ship is a ship shaped like his face. I know, right? Which acts as a dropship for the Metal Virus and is powered by the Chaos Emeralds. The Space Colony Ark is equipped with the Eclipse Cannon, which is powerful enough to destroy a chunk of the moon. And the Death Egg is an orbital space station armed with the final Egg Blaster, which destroyed whole star clusters. But of course, Eggman's claim to fame is his mechanized army. Over the course of his career, Eggman has constructed hundreds, if not thousands of different machines and robots to assist in battle, known collectively as the Eggman Empire. His regular infantry, known as the Badniks, include the land-based Motobugs or Caterkillers, the aerial Buzz Bombers, Bat Brains, and Needle Noses, or Mosquees as they were originally called. No joke, I included that just because I like that name. Mosquee! They're mosquitoes. It's probably Mosquee, but that's not nearly as funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Anyways, there's the militaristic egg pawns that come in multiple variants. The sharp-edged slicers, swimmers like the choppers, jaws, and poindexters, subterranean bots like the sandworms or magnaworms, and many, many more. We'd of course be here all day if we were to cover all of them, but outside of the Badniks, there's some super important minions to cover. From metal copies of his enemies like Metal Knuckles, Tails Doll, and the Shadow Androids, which are designed to be comparable to the people they're impostering, to the E100 series of robots. Arguably the best among them is E101 Beta Mark II, which can fire powerful energy blasts, project a rainbow shield, and backhand away projectiles. There's Infinite, who possesses a prototype of a mystical gem called the Phantom Ruby. With this gem, Infinite can fly, cast illusions, create the sun, and even create copies of other characters, such as Zavok, who can manipulate technology, Chaos Zero, whose body is made of water, which he can manipulate, and Shadow the Hedgehog, who can fire deadly Chaos Spears, teleport, and slow down time with Chaos Control. But two minions in particular stand out among the rest, first of which being Metal Sonic, a copy of Sonic specifically made to surpass Sonic in every way. Metal can not only move as fast as Sonic, if not faster, but can use abilities such as the Black Shield and Impenetrable Force Field, and V-Maximum Overdrive, where he overloads his circuits and charges forward, surrounding himself in a destructive energy field. But arguably his most dangerous ability is to scan data from foes, copying their abilities to their fullest extent. He's copied Silver's Psychokinesis, Knuckles' Massive Strength, and even Shadow's aforementioned Chaos Control. And by copying enough data, Metal can access multiple different transformations, chief among them being Metal Overlord. Overlord can fire missiles and chunks of crystal, fly unbelievable speeds, and is strong enough to throw armada ships at his foes. Metal Overlord is so strong and fast, it required the combined effort of Supersonic and his force field teammates, even though both of them have cannon super forms, to take him down. But while Metal may be an extremely handy teammate, there may be one who is more useful, that being Eggman's AI daughter, Sage. As an AI program, Sage is incredibly smart, able to run millions of calculations on a given event, and will stop at nothing to take the enemy down and protect her father, regardless of how overkill or how risky. In combat, Sage can fly at speeds matching Sonic's, teleport, fire energy blasts, form defensive barriers that can block attacks from an ancient enemy known as the End, and send herself and others in and out of cyberspace, a digital dimension separate from our own. Not only that, but Eggman's ultimate goal for Sage was to upload her into the Eggnet, which is basically the computer system all his robots operate under, which would give her control over the entire Eggman Empire. If all that wasn't deadly enough, Sage does appear to have some small measure of control over the Titans, massive robots built by the Ancients. While she can't fully control them, she can set their rage on a given opponent, and in the original ending of Sonic Frontiers, after expelling the End from the Titans Supreme, she was able to pilot it herself. The Titans are so strong, Sonic stood absolutely no chance of fighting them in his base form, and had to rely on his super form to take them down. And considering Super Sonic can match foes like Solaris, who eats whole timelines for breakfast and spreads its energy across the universe at many, many, many times the speed of light, having something to rival him is no joke. The supersonic level threats don't stop there, though. Remember how I said Eggman is willing to step into battle himself? Well, he typically does so through the Eggmobile, a flying pod that's equipped with missile launchers, buzzsaws, wrecking balls, machine guns, and copious amounts of attachments. The Eggmobile can also emit a frequency noise that can command late-game Zombots, which is what those infected by the metal virus are called. This frequency can also be uploaded to the face ship, which would give Eggman control over Zombots across the world. However, the Eggmobile's most vital function is its ability to hook to one of many, many mechs that Eggman himself can pilot. The Egg Dragoon is a massive flying death machine that has a drill attached to its left arm that it can eject as an electric projectile, and a gun arm that can fire machine guns, burning lasers, and balls of ice. It can also separate its upper body from its lower body, using the top half to fight with its arm weapons and its lower body to fight with ice blasters in its quote-unquote feet. The egg salamander is equipped with missile launchers, laser cannons, sharp claws, and energy swords, and packs enough power and speed to keep up with and injure supersonic and burning blaze. And the egg wizard is arguably one of the strongest mechs Eggman has ever built. Powered by the fabled power of the stars, which upkeeps the very existence of several parallel universes and dwarfs the power of both the Chaos Emeralds and the Soul Emeralds, this mech is equipped with missile launchers, can regenerate itself, and wields the Jeweled Scepter, which lets it manipulate fire and electricity, call down meteors, and launch explosive fire dragons. Not only that, but if push comes to shove, it's equipped with a weapon literally called the Planet-Busting Laser. The Egg Wizard is so strong, Supersonic admits that he and Burning Blaze needed to work together to beat it. But all of these are likely small fries compared to the temporal entity known as the Time Eater. On top of homing shots, warping arm attacks, and massive energy projectiles, the Time Eater's claim to fame is its ability to erase time and space, trapping the lifeless environments and frozen people in an alternate dimension known as white space, a world where the concept of time does not exist. It can affect places and people in the past, present, future, and even non-existent events, and can possibly affect other alternate universes like cyberspace or imaginary world, which is a world where dreams become separate planes of reality. But even outside of mechs, Eggman has his own ways of keeping up with the invincible Supersonic. Particularly, he's got some super forms of his own. First of which is Nightmare Eggman, which utilizes a power source literally called Nightmare Fuel. In this form, Eggman can appear in multiple places at once, open portals, shoot lasers from his fingertips, and extend, detach, or create copies of his arms. But while this form is neat and all, the real star of the show is a proper super form known as Lightman. Or Super Eggman, just to simplify it. Powered by another Phantom Ruby prototype, side note, Eggman does have the real thing, Lightman can not only match supersonic and abilities and fisticuffs, but with the Ruby's power, he can warp reality as he sees fit. He can cast illusions, implant false memories in an enemy, bring his desired world into reality, and more importantly, summon and duplicate various previous major threats to the world. Those being Perfect Chaos, whose transformation flooded a city, the Mother Wisp, the most powerful and fastest wisp of them all, and Dark Gaia, who threatened to plunge the entire planet into darkness. It's clear that while he may have quite the ego on him and he still has yet to best Sonic, he will one day succeed with the master plan.
Nice. Very nice.
All right.
Okay.
So that was a lot.
I was gonna say just a little bit. That's just a little bit.
Okay, so I guess to start off the nitty gritty, Richard, my friend, hi, how you doing?
Wait. Before you say this, I will say I do want to give a little thing before we actually start debating. Keep in mind, versus debating is subjective. I know this is the case for every debate, but this one especially, considering how many people have different views of her stats on these two. Just keep in mind, the way we view this fight may differ greatly from the way you do. Just keep that in mind when watching. All right, now go.
Yes. Okay. So, Richard, you after listening to both of us, hopefully you at least retained some of that information.
I did.
Any questions so far? Like, where are you? Like, anything you want us to clarify or start comparing?
I guess the best thing that's comparable is how do their armies stack up against each other?
Well, that's kind of the thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and say this. You know, Zio was talking about stats earlier. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. I do not believe this is a fight that will be won by strength or speed alone.
No, probably not.
The only possible way I could see me being wrong in that regard is if, like, I know there are ways to argue both franchises as immeasurably strong and immeasurably fast. Those arguments do exist. We didn't bring up any of them because, quite frankly, there's a lot of buts to them. But really, the only way this is going to be a stat victory is if you buy them for one and not the other. Other than that, I don't believe this is like you could probably make some argument for either Bowser or Eggman's strongest shit to be like slightly stronger, faster than the other. You know, like you could probably argue Bowser being stronger, like Bowser's army being stronger or faster than Eggman's, and you could argue the other way around. But I don't think it's gonna be to the point where that's gonna make like a huge difference. Both of them have ways to keep up. Both of them have ways to make up for a potential loss in strength or speed. Although I will say, and Z-Dog, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's probably like something I think might be something is it kind of sounds to me like Eggman has more shit that are like in the upper echelon of his army than Bowser does.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like King Boo and potentially Kamek, you could argue for that, but in comparison, yeah.
Like I think like Bowser has like you have Dreamy Bowser. I think Bowser Jr. could probably keep up too.
Yeah,
all of Bowser's like Bowser has like Junior, Kamek, King Boo. Like they could probably could keep up with them.
Okay. A lot of the other members, they're not as certain as a lot of Eggman's army. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like Eggman has a literal metric shit ton of stuff that are like supersonic level, like including super forms of his own. So
yeah.
So while I think Bowser and Eggman might be like back and forth as far as strength or speed goes, I think Eggman might make up for like even if Eggman's weaker. Let's say that. I think Eggman has more shit that's on the strongest tier for his army than Bowser does for his.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So there is that. I don't know if that's gonna be I don't know if that's a game changer, but that's something I think is worth thinking about. I didn't note this because I couldn't find a way to squeeze it in, but I know there's some question of like is Eggman going to be able to bring in like all of his like supersonic level mechs in here, but but there are bad mechs like the Egg Robos. I didn't mention them. I don't know why. There's the Egg Robos, which can pilot basically every mech that Eggman can. So I do think it is possible for Eggman to come into a war basically with like all of his strongest shit. Between like there's the Egg Robos, Eggman himself can pilot something. Eggman himself can like be in a ship, like in one of the Egg Fleet, and project himself through like a hologram and make it look like he's piloting a mech when he doesn't even need to be there. And then there's Sage too. Sage could also pilot a mech herself. I think the biggest boon for Eggman, not the biggest boon, that makes it sound like it's a good thing for him, because it's not. The biggest thing that... Okay, the whole dream thing is going to be kind of weird.
I was going to say, yeah, that's complicated.
Because Bowser has Dreamy Bowser, which is powered by several universes, and then Eggman, like Sonic, was able to take down the Void, who threatened to destroy all of Imaginary World. So yeah. So man, I'm not gonna lie. I walked into this like feeling pretty sure about a certain character winning, and now I'm looking into it and I'm like, does he though?
I was gonna say,
okay, can Bowser counter the virus?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, okay, there are some items, I didn't mention this, but I know Bowser has access to some healing items that can like counter status effects. I don't know if that would work on the metal virus, but I don't know, because the metal virus I know is a big thing.
Yeah. I'm also gonna I'm gonna say this. The metal virus is risky for Eggman to use.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like he doesn't have a cure for it. So
yeah, there's no cure for it. Eggman himself is not immune to it. Like if he gets infected, then that's a problem. Although something I literally thought about today is that Sonic gets infected by the virus, and pretty early on in the arc, he was able to resist it by pretty much just constantly running. Apparently his speed is enough to like
burn it off.
Not really burn it off. He's still like under threat by it, but it halts it a little bit. But it's still something that's there. If he stops running, then he's gonna get it's gonna affect him again. And if he touches somebody, that's the thing. The metal virus, how it spreads is it spreads by contact. So if someone gets infected, because the metal virus is basically it's basically goo. It's kind of, think of it like the liquid metal from like Terminator, you know. So if someone touches that, then they get infected. If someone who's infected touches someone else, now they're infected too, and it just spreads.
What's the biggest thing that the metal virus has infected? I do want to ask that, because I was gonna say, because I'm wondering if just being big enough, like growing everyone to like a big size. I wonder if that would counter it.
I don't know. Because we've only really seen it effective against people.
Okay.
But so in that regard, unless I'm forgetting something, there's probably a chance of that. I guess there's Rough and Tumble. They're pretty big. But I think the biggest person that the metal virus has infected was Big.
Okay. So I'm wondering if being big enough. I mean, also I feel like I'm wondering if the magic, the Junior's paintbrush, if you could paint enough of the ground to count. I don't know if that paint would counteract the virus as well. Like if like the scene in my mind is like Bowser gets infected by it, like his arm starts to get infected, but like Junior like cuts it off with his paint. I know that's kind of morbid, but bear with me.
Right.
Like with that. Stuff like that. I don't know.
I don't know, and that's really just because that's never been tried before. Because why would they try that?
Right. And also, I was gonna say that, like, I don't know, because I don't know if like wonder effects, because there's a lot of them. I'm wondering if like being able to turn into like a goo, like that would counteract it. I'm not sure, honestly. That's the thing. Mm-hmm. It's tricky.
I don't know if like Junior's paint could like counteract it. I think like if it was like Junior's paint versus the raw metal virus substance, like the metal goo, basically, then like it could probably like he could probably put up a barrier to stop it, but but I guess what the question is that like say like Bowser or any of his army gets infected,
right.
Would that just be it then?
Maybe I don't. Okay, because I didn't bring it up weaknesses because I'll be honest, I just didn't have time. But because admittedly, Bowser has been susceptible to mind control before. Like there was like Tennis Aces. I know he gets infected by like a tennis racket, so he is susceptible to stuff like that. I'm wondering maybe like stuff like the Star Rod. Like he could like wish something into it, like as
potentially
a
because what I was going to say. Sorry, I got super sidetracked. But what I was going to say, the thought that I had was that so how they deal with the metal virus is that Sonic and Silver go into their super forms, which from my understanding, Sonic going into his super form cured him of the virus.
Okay.
And that's put a pin in that. Actually, you know what? The rest of the story doesn't really matter to my point. But just to kind of finish off what I was saying, basically, Super Silver like psychokinetically rips it out of everybody. And then he and Supersonic use a little gem called the Warp Topaz, and they open up a portal to the sun and throw that sucker in there.
Okay.
That part doesn't matter. What I was going to say is that if I like, there wasn't a direct quote or something saying that Sonic going super cured him of the virus. It's just the way things appeared. Because Sonic by that point was really starting to get messed up by the virus. Like he was like inches away from fully turning. If he hadn't touched the Chaos Emerald that Zavok had like attached to his chest, and like obviously Silver had the other Chaos Emeralds. If he didn't go super, he probably would have just been like, "Well, I'm freaking dead."
Okay.
So what I'm wondering is, say the metal virus works against Eggman, because that's possible. That happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like say one of Eggman's. Eggman has like no organic minions. I guess there's infinite. All right, never mind. I guess let's say one of Bowser's guys they touch Eggman after getting infected. Now Eggman's infected. But then like what if Eggman goes super himself? What if Eggman goes Light Man?
Okay.
I wonder if that could counteract it. Because a lot of the argument against the metal virus that I've seen in the community is A, he can't control it. because he was able to do it at first, but the more people that got infected, the less control he had. And there was like, by the time he learned that, he was like, well, I mean, it is a virus, so I guess that makes sense. And he was like, I'll work out the bugs later. It's working right now, so I'll work out the bugs later. And it got to the point where it got really bad. But there's a moment in the comics where Dr. Starline was working to find like a frequency or something to put the Zombots under control, because the way Eggman was supposed to control them was that he controls them via like voice commands. So like he and Sonic were like surrounded by Zombots, and Eggman's like, "Get back, please, get back!" And they stop, and he's like, "Wait, that worked?" And Starline's like, "No, I just found a frequency that lets you control lets you control these guys." And Eggman's like, "All right, sick. Upload that frequency into the face ship, and I'll be able to control them. I'll be able to control all of them." The only reason that never happened, so I guess I don't have any proof that he was like that was just an idea. It's possible that was just like an idea that he came up with. He wasn't sure. Like, there's no confirmation that would work. 'Cause the only reason that didn't happen was because as soon as Sonic heard that, he was like, "Well, all right, I know what I gotta do," and he just like shoots up to the Eggmobile and smashes it. And it leads to honestly one of my favorite moments from the comics. Z-Dog knows where I'm going with this. Where Eggman's like, "Sonic, you dumbass! Why'd you do that? Now nobody can control. them." And Sonic goes like, "Ah, gee, dang, man, that sucks, man. Better work on a cure now, huh?" I love it.
Thanks,
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
So, I brought this up before. I brought that up before to another group of people, and a counter argument they came up was that, well, first of all, Eggman never found that frequency. That was Dr. Starline. But I imagine someone like Sage could probably find it. Being an AI program. Because it's I know it's like become harder to remember, but Sage isn't actually a human being. She is a computer program that like took on like a human-esque corporeal form, but she is an AI program through and through. So I imagine she could probably find that frequency, assuming Eggman can't. But there's also really the question of like, because of how risky the metal virus is, there is a possibility that Eggman might not even unleash it, because he knows how dangerous that thing is. Like after that arc, he could have absolutely created it again, and found a way to control it, but he never did. After Sonic and Silver yeeted that thing into the sun, that was it. The metal virus never showed up again after that, I assume, unless like late game comics bring it back. I don't know.
Okay, well, I didn't remember because, I mean, theoretically, if he's smart enough, I mean, maybe he could, like, King Boo could make a painting and trap everyone, like, contain it in a painting that was infected.
Okay.
Just in case.
But you see the problem with that, though, right?
No, I mean, I guess that does still get rid. Okay, well, I know. Okay.
You know what? Never. You know what? I say that doesn't matter. I was gonna say like the obvious con with that is that now King Boo is trapping a bunch of Bowser's army in paintings and they can't fight again. But I guess if they're infected by the virus, then like they're useless now anyway.
You're gonna say that's so just be on Eggman's side of that, right? Plus, I mean, I mean, I know Kamek has like abilities to make more. Like by magic shot, he could transmutate one of Eggman's army into like a Goomba or something. And also, there's the double cherry, which
that's
he could give
true.
to his minions to make more of them.
Yeah,
So-
me and Xerox talked about this before. I don't think this is going to come down to numbers either. I thought about that too.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Because Kamek has that. Eggman has the Phantom Ruby, which can make clones. He also has, the Hourglass Machine is something I was not expecting. That will actually probably come in handy. The thing is that I asked this, as I don't. So, I know Bowser. I don't like bringing these up. I hate these in a versus context so much. But in Bowser's Inside Story, there are items called the retry clocks.
Yeah.
And how those work is that basically once Bowser is defeated in a fight, the retry clocks they restart the fight. Now Bowser has everything at his disposal. Eggman, in this case, Eggman would have everything at his disposal. The key difference, though, is that Bowser would have he would have knowledge of his failure. So now he was like, all right, well, now I just need to not do that.
I will play devil's advocate here because I know I've heard that Eggman has a similar thing of doing it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's the Hourglass Machine.
The Hourglass, yeah, okay.
It revives fallen teammates. I feel like that could actually, thinking on it, like say Eggman dies. Also, by the way, for the context. So the Hourglass Machine comes from Sonic Superstars. It is a stationary machine. It is not something that Eggman just willingly brings into battle. However, it is a machine that can be activated remotely. So yes, it will probably be like millions upon millions of miles away from the battleground, but Eggman can still like hit a button and be like, all right, machine's on. And if that doesn't work, then Sage could probably teleport to it and turn it on, directly. And that thing can also revive fallen teammates. And then there's the time meter on top of that. Okay. How does Bowser? Question.
I do have a. Okay. Okay, real quick before you ask that, because I did actually was wondering, so for either side to win, do they have to knock out their entire army? Is that what we're going with? Or just the main player?
I feel like that's just I feel like the entire army is just common knowledge.
Okay. I just want to double check that just in case. But okay.
I have a question. I'm sure there's something. I just have to get confirmation on this. How does Bowser or any of his army react to battlefield removal? Because Eggman has a lot of ways to remove people from the fight, even if it doesn't result in just straight up killing them.
I feel like just okay. I was gonna say, directly. I'm not sure. I mean, I know a lot of the enemies just walk off, like Goombas and Koopas. They just walk off. I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest. I feel like... Okay. Hold on.
Well, because I asked because, you have the time meter, which can send people to white space. There's Sage, who can send people to cyberspace. If they get sent to, alternate dimensions, or, for the time meter, the time meter removes... the name says it all, really. the time meter removes time from a person or place. The only people who resisted the time meter's effects were the 2 Sonics and the 2 Eggmans. Correction. Shadow resisted it too. I mean, he was still trapped, but he wasn't like frozen, like say like Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Blaze, like they were. So, like, can Bowser or anybody like resist having their time removed from them? Like, that's such a weird statement, but like that's how it works.
I am honestly not sure. I know there's the boring answer of Bowser could probably just beat it in a fight, because like Supersonic did. Yeah. I mean, okay. Well, okay. Well, I don't know if this I don't think it. I don't know if there's anything for that specifically that. With time stolen, that's the thing. I was gonna say he could like there are probably people that could react to like getting to null space, like even beyond just overpowering it. I'm not sure if there's anything that like.
Oh, I didn't even think about null space. Yeah.
Like being teleported to null space. I'm not sure on that, I'll be honest. So
okay,
that might be a little damning.
Okay, I'm just trying to like make sure I get pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So like obviously both of them have like. I think a lot about like Eggman's like supersonic level stuff, but they're stat bricks. Gonna be honest. Like they don't like. Not only can Bowser or like his toughest teammates like keep up with them in a fight, but like they also have a lot of crazy abilities that can. Like they could just hack stomp any of like they could hack stomp the Titans to death, for example. Like if Sage somehow manages to bring in like all the Titans, even though directly she's only piloted one, they are literally their main gimmick is that they strong, and that's it.
Right.
So. So that I don't, like I said, I don't think they're gonna win the fight. Like if Eggman does win, I don't think it's gonna be because like he has a lot of things that can match Supersonic and therefore they can match Bowser. I don't think that's enough. It's good. It's good to have. It's absolutely 100% good to have. But Bowser, I know Bowser has a lot of abilities and hacks that can. That can win the fight even if he's at like a slight stat disadvantage. Like like turning to like he could probably turn Eggman's army into bricks, for example.
Yeah, I was gonna say or frogs.
Or frogs. Or hell, Kamek could turn a lot of like you said earlier, Kamek could turn a lot of them into some of Bowser's army.
Exactly.
I just wonder about like okay. The thing that's bothering me is that Eggman has a lot of that too. The time meter's a big one. Sage is probably as like I don't. There was never a direct statement on this, but being an AI program made by Eggman himself, I feel like Sage is probably as smart as Eggman himself. Okay, let me say this. This is not a.
I
This
don't know.
is,
Bowser does have an IQ of 9,800.
Shut up. Shut up.
I had to bring that up at least once. I forgot about it, but you know. Anyway, good stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna say on that note, I'm gonna say this, and this is one of those like probably inarguable advantages, but it's also not really like a super big thing. I think it kind of goes without saying that Eggman is smarter.
Yeah, I'll give it. I mean, yeah. Bowser's not like brain dead.
No,
like, stupid,
no. Bowser's not like a complete dumbass.
Yeah, but Eggman is. I will give Eggman. He's definitely smarter.
Yeah,
so.
but like Eggman is like a literal genius. Like he built everything in his arsenal aside from like organic shit and the time eater. He built all of it. I mean, there's obviously all the like gems he'll bring in, like the Chaos Emeralds, the Phantom Ruby. Like he didn't make those, but like whatever. Okay, trying to think. Well, okay. Z-Dog, do you have any questions? Like any counter? Like if Eggman has any counters to anything big?
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously he has. Okay. Well, I guess I feel like I know the answer, but I might as well. What would happen if King Boo trapped any of Eggman's, like any of his normal mooks in his paintings? Like, would that just put them out of commission? Do they have any way of breaking out?
No, I don't believe so. Because okay, a lot of Eggman's normal mooks, like the Badniks, they have one specific purpose, and that's it.
Yeah.
And some okay, a lot of when researching the Badniks was funny because a lot of their descriptions on like the Sonic Wiki or whatnot are just like they fly. Cool, man. Like it's like that's literally all they have. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, a lot of the Koopa Troop is like the Goombas. They run good. Cool. The Koopas, they have tough shells. Cool, man.
Yeah.
I say that I know they have like they can sprout wings and whatnot. I know that they're actually pretty ridiculously nuts. Okay. Question. How?
Yes.
So Bowser's. I kind of want to talk about their. Okay, they're obviously not going to like be game changers, but they're going to be like helpful. I want to talk about their like normal mooks.
Okay.
Like Eggman's Badniks, Bowser's like Goombas, Koopas, blah 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 blah. Basically anything that's not the high tier shit. So for Bowser, how many of them can? How do I phrase this? How do they stack up compared to like the higher tier shit? How do they stack up compared to Mario? How strong are the normal shit?
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd scale them 100% to Mario, but like, I mean, they can take hits from them at least. And like, okay, there are some like, okay, I don't know if you consider this a big one, but like some ones in like Mario 64, they do hold the power of like stars and stuff. Like, you know, King Babam. It's relatively like they can survive taking hits from Mario in most cases, but otherwise, yeah, they're pretty standard otherwise.
Well, that didn't go anywhere because the Badniks are kind of the same thing. I mean, a lot of them suck. I'm just gonna say that a lot of the Badniks kind of suck. But But there are some that are like they have shields that can withstand hits from Knuckles. You know, like that kind of stuff. Okay, well that was boring. Anyways, damn it. Well, I mean, I guess at least we got. I mean, okay. To be fair, okay. So this will be devil's advocate for Bowser. Is that a lot of the badniks are only competible against base Sonic. Eggman keeps up in this fight because of his mechs that can rival Super Sonic. The normal base tier Sonic stuff, that's still really good. Like base Sonic is still like way more powerful than you might think. But like it's his super form that would keep him in a fight against a Mario, against like Mario, for example. So okay, well, anyways,
I do. I was gonna say. I'm just trying to theory craft right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Do they have anything? Because I did mention the minimizer from Mario Party DS, underrated Mario Party, by the way. Do they have anything like? Okay, aside from let's just say aside from the hourglass, because would they have anything to prevent like being shrunken down to size? Because like in DS, like the main cast, like a Wiggler towered over them, and like a Piranha Plant did.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if like,
I don't think so, but I believe Eggman has stuff that can shrink people too.
Oh wow.
So it's kind of like a no, but
yeah.
But he can do it too. So like.
Right. Okay.
But okay, something that's bothering me. Something that I want to comment on. And I feel like you might have been scared that I was going to bring this up. So you mentioned that Bowser has a history of being put under mind control.
Yes.
I didn't mention anything. The metal virus is a weird case of mind control. I don't know if I would like. I don't know if I'm super comfortable going under like, yeah, it's just straight up mind control. Smile. But he does have, I forget what it's called, but he does have that one machine from Sonic Colors, that controlled Tails' mind. I know that it didn't last. I know it lasted like -2 minutes, but like,
cheap alien energy.
But but I think I guess he's never. Maybe I shouldn't rely on this argument. I know there's the Egg Nega Wisp, which was the final boss of that game, which is basically like the accumulative, like big, like wisp mech of like that utilizes all of like wisp energy. I wonder if that thing has it too, and it's better. Than
the metal virus?
Well, no. Then the thing that controlled Tails.
Oh.
No, he as far as like control goes. Okay, that's counterintuitive. I was about to say, as far as control goes, he's got nothing better than the metal virus, but he actually has everything better than the metal virus. I was for the frequency thing. I was thinking that like, because Sonic was able to prevent full control by destroying the Eggmobile, but like, if you could I guess you could if you could upload it to the face ship, and the face ship gets destroyed, then okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole amusement park in Colors was based on mind control.
Yeah.
So, okay, never mind. All right, so there's that. So, I mean, I don't know if I want to rely on mind control as a win condition, but but it is something, I feel.
Right. Indeed.
Okay. Let's try to simplify this.
Sure.
Let's lay out the win conditions. What does Bowser have that you don't think Eggman, that you haven't heard anything for Eggman that he can counter?
And
to simplify it, don't mention a stat victory.
Of course, yeah, no.
Just to narrow it down.
Yeah, I mean the powers of like the dreamy, like not in, like obviously stat side, like the dreamy stone and the star rod being able to grant wishes. I feel like that's very important. The wonder flower. I feel like, because I feel like that could just do anything that might, like, even like counter some of like. I do think that might be at least a decent counter to it. I mean, let's think.
Okay, ignore countering. Yeah. Ignore countering Eggman for a second. Like, just shit that Bowser has that would work on Eggman. That's it.
Okay. I mean, I feel like any transmutation that Kamek or like from the Dreamstone and from the Star Ride would probably help. I do feel like King Boo and his ability to trap people in painting. Like, I know you mentioned battlefield removal. I feel like that's a good battlefield removal tactic that could work on Eggman. And if they were engulf like. Well, not as big as like the Death Egg, but still. I mean, I don't see why Junior's like the paintbrush. Like, I know that's not as big, but I do think that would work on him. What else? Let's see. Yeah. I feel like there's more of a. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think right now.
Right.
I need to choose my words very carefully. Being. I was gonna say being able to duplicate.
That's true.
That's good. Tarot, like that is a very like it'll probably take a good while for him to be put down. Also, Bowser's just a durable motherfucker. Like, even like
that's true.
Stats aside, like if he can like fight on while being reduced to a skeleton, I feel like. Oh, and also he does have a lot of him and his crew do have a lot of healing items. Like, even beside just a Junior with the mushrooms, I feel like. I do know, like in like Mario RPG, he has like a lot of items that can heal himself. That would probably work on his teammates. I don't see why it wouldn't.
I mean, his teammates have used power-ups before, right? Like, a lot of them are in, like, Mario Kart.
Yes, you're right. Indeed. In Mario Kart and Mario Party.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah.
So...
That's, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
So...
Okay.
The only one that you mentioned that I think Eggman has, like, an actual... Okay, so there was stuff that you mentioned that I think Eggman can do as well, but that's not a counter, so that's like so that's not what I'm asking for. So like
okay.
Like, I'm just saying, like, what can Bowser do to Eggman, not what can Bowser count.
Okay.
What can Eggman do to Bowser that Bowser can counter? or like that, or like stuff that Eggman has too. So like you mentioned the wish thing. I think the Chaos Emeralds are capable of that too. I apologize for the voice crack.
Oh, good.
I think the Chaos Emeralds are capable of that too. So there's that. And then Lightman with the Phantom Ruby can like warp reality for that. So it's also worth noting that I mentioned it in the statement that Lightman uses the Phantom Ruby prototype. Eggman does have the real thing. But anyways, the only thing that you mentioned that I think Eggman has a genuine counter to is transmutation. Because there were times when Eggman and the Eggmobile were able to resist ring time.
That's right.
Which turns enemies into rings. Another mech that I didn't mention because it's not going to be like super helpful. It's cool though. The Egg Emperor. It was able to resist that too. So I don't. Maybe transmutation might not work. But everything else you've mentioned, I think, if I remember correctly, everything else you mentioned would.
Okay.
The issue I'm facing though is that Eggman has a lot of that too.
Yeah. Well. There's. Okay. Well, then I'm not.
Well, that's not a counter though. That's just like they both can do that. So. But
I know. Well, that. I'm trying. Well, then I'm. There might not be a lot. Hold on.
Okay. So I guess let me try to lay this out for Eggman. Like let me do the same. Let me do the same for Eggman. Let's see what we come up with. So okay. I mean, a lot of it is like, you know, he can overwhelm Bowser with is the big threats and all the clones. Like he can make, like as Lightman, he can make he can summon and make copies of like Perfect Chaos or Dark Gaia. Or like the Nega Mother Wisp, which was another supersonic level threat. So I guess like overwhelming him is probably fair game.
Okay.
Let me think. Okay, I was gonna mention battlefield removal again, but you mentioned that there's probably stuff that can work against that. Metal virus. Okay, just straight up, can Bowser or anybody resist time travel, time manipulation? I know Bowser's done it, but like.
I was gonna say we can't forget the iconic moment from Yoshi's New Island where suddenly Bowser appears through time and space. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I know.
How can you forget that? But okay, jokes aside. I'm not sure if there's anyone else who could.
Okay. Because I'm wondering about the hourglass machine is still like something fresh on my mind.
Okay. Can you destroy that without having time reset?
I think so. I'm pretty sure it was. I didn't really look into it super well. Someone brought it to my attention.
Okay.
But I feel like
I
feel like it was destroyed by the end of Superstars.
Well, I guess that the problem is that if it's in one. I guess the problem with that, if it's in one stationary location, the trouble is finding it. I
don't actually know where that thing is stationed though. Like if it's stationed on a ship, that's probably bad.
Maybe a little.
Because like there's no way, like if it could just, like the ship it's stationed on could just get destroyed.
Right.
Then it's like, oh well, shit. Okay. Which is another thing with like the face ship too. Like if the face ship gets the metal virus frequency, and then it gets destroyed, then like now nobody can control it.
Yeah, it's weird.
But really, like the only people at risk on Eggman's side that are at risk, from what I can understand, from what I remember, the only people at risk from getting infected by the metal virus are Infinite and Eggman himself.
Right.
Because everyone else is already metal, which like has proven that like not only like this should be common knowledge, but like metal people can like robots can resist the metal virus because they're robots already.
Right. Oh, okay. Continue. Just in case, finish because I thought of something. Like.
I guess the other problem too with the metal virus is that it doesn't necessarily kill someone. It turns them into like robots.
Right. Is Eggman strong enough to deal with like? Is Eggman strong enough to take the? I guess we wouldn't know that, would we?
I mean, it's possible, but if he tried fisticuffs against a Zombot, he'd get infected. So, I guess if he's in like a mech, that could probably do it. But like he's already gonna be fighting Bowser in a mech anyway, so like whatever. Because like I'm trying to think like if he infects Bowser, right? But Bowser and only Bowser, and he uses Zombot Bowser basically, and like uses any one of his many like projectile weapons against his own forces. Then like that sounds kind of cool. That sounds like something that could be neat. But like, then you got to deal with. Then what do you do with zombified Bowser over here? Like you still got to deal with him.
True.
Like I'm just saying, this is a super specific scenario, by the way. Like if the metal virus infects Bowser and Eggman commands Bowser to take out his own army in any way that isn't directly touching them, then like, all right, cool. Bowser has now wiped out his entire army for Eggman. Now Eggman has to deal with Bowser. How? I guess he could like. There's a possibility of like he can now enlist zombie robot Bowser into the Eggman Empire, but like then he's gonna run the risk of infecting somebody, and then like he could infect one of his enemies, and then that enemy would infect someone else, and that someone else would infect someone else, and the more that happens, the more control Eggman loses. Okay. We're running in circles here, I'm noticing.
Yeah. Richard, do you have any new ankles, I guess? I don't know.
No, I feel like you guys have covered the basics. I feel like we've been over everything.
Can Bowser okay, I mentioned time manipulation just as a broad stroke, but can Bowser or his army resist like time being stopped?
I'm not sure.
Because the way I'm thinking is like if not, Eggman has like A, Phantom Ruby copies of Shadow, and B, Metal Overlord. Both of which are capable of chaos control, which would stop time. I mean, I guess okay. I have a counter in case the answer to this question is yes, but can Bowser or anybody else stop time themselves? Like is that something Bowser could do too?
Straight up time stop. No, I know I mentioned there was a wonder effect that could at least slow down time, and I think.
Okay, well that's probably good enough.
I think Kamika's been able to do that before. I'm not sure.
Okay, well that's good. That would work against most of Eggman's forces, except for probably Metal Overlord. And the Time Eater probably.
I was gonna say Time Eater is really screwing me over here.
Well, okay. I want to. Okay. I don't want to bring up an argument because it doesn't help me at all. But again, I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not trying to be like. I think Eggman wins. Smile. But an argument I did hear against the Time Eater is that if the Time Eater gets wiped out, say Bowser outmuscles it or some shit, and then somewhere along the way Bowser drops himself, Bowser gets killed himself, and then he time gets reset by the retry clocks, or in Eggman's case, use the hourglass machine. The timing, I don't know how, I don't remember this exact detail, but people are telling me that the Time Eater is decoupled from time, which sounds really good for resistance to time stop or whatever. But if time gets reset, that's probably not gonna bring him back.
Probably. Does Eggman have anything to resist that? I mean, I know he was.
The way to resist that is don't let the Time Eater get killed.
Okay.
Because I think if the Time Eater goes down, then that's it. There's no bringing it back. I don't because of how it's how detached it is from time. If I don't know if the hourglass machine could bring it back. And then I don't know if Bowser restarts the fight with the retry clocks, then the Time Eater just might not be there anymore.
Okay. That's
so if the Time Eater dies and then Bowser dies, and then time gets reset. Now Bowser and Eggman both have all of their shit, except now Eggman is missing the Time Eater.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how true. I played through Generations. I don't know where that. I don't know where it being I guess we never see something like this happen. Once the Time Eater gets defeated at the end of Generations, it never shows up again. And it wasn't defeated this way. I can tell you that. So I don't know where this is coming from, but I've heard that argument before. So
right.
I don't know. I don't know how much faith I want to put into that argument.
I was gonna say that's kind of risky, honestly. Just to focus on that.
Yeah. But on the flip side, not related to the Time Eater, but going back to the Metal Virus, I don't know if I want to rely on the Metal Virus win condition either. Because any way you slice it, for one, Eggman's not resistant to it. If he is no less susceptible to it than anybody else. And then yeah, you can control it for a time, at least for a time, and then he has the frequency. But if the Eggmobile or the face ship gets destroyed, then there goes the frequency, and now all the Zombots aren't under his control anymore. But then I wonder if so. So basically, I don't think Eggman's gonna win just because, like, oh, I'll just like infect everybody on the enemy side with the metal virus, and now they're under my control. Smile.
Right.
Like, I don't know if I want to rely on that. However, I also don't want to rely. Like, people have been using the metal virus as like a win condition against Eggman. Like, if Eggman gets infected, then that's just it. But like, if Supersonic was able to cure it, then I feel like Lightman should be able to do that too.
Yeah. I yeah, I'm honestly
okay.
super unsure about this.
I'm lost. I lost myself in this whole chaos. Okay. So I don't want to rely on the metal virus, so I won't.
Okay.
I don't want to rely on, like, you know, how strong, you know, the people like Metal Overlord, the Titans, Lightman. Like, I don't want to rely on strength or speed, so I won't. So what I'm left with, okay. Sage. Let's talk about Sage.
Sage.
Because quite honestly, I don't know how you kill her.
Yeah. I mean, okay, explain.
Because, okay, so the Sage we see is like, think of it like an avatar, right? Like an AI avatar. Like, Sage herself is a computer program. And like, okay, before anyone in the comments says anything, I know Sage technically dies at the original ending of Frontiers. But in the post-credit scene, Eggman was able to bring her back by basically just like typing in her code or some shit. I don't know. So like, I feel like to take out Sage, you basically have to take out the whole Eggnet.
Okay, and that might be a little difficult unless Bowser just wishes it away, but I don't know why he would think to do that.
Yeah, like, because Bowser or any of his armies are gonna see Sage and be like, oh, enemy, gotta take it down. And then let's say they do, and then oh, there she is again. Like, what the hell? So I don't know, unless Bowser has like an EMP or something.
Unfortunately, he doesn't, and I don't think there's been anything that could disrupt. I mean, okay. I was gonna say, technically, King Boo did interrupt something technology in Luigi's Mansion 2, but that's not like. I mean, King Boo would still have to battle her, and I'm not sure how that would go. Because like, he interrupted Luigi coming back through like a teleporter that I think digitally disrupted him, like takes his molecules and transports him. I don't know. I admittedly didn't have time to look into that. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that should be that big a deal either, though, because King Boo would still have to fight her. That's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, Sage herself as like a combatant isn't like anything too special. Like, I mean, the best she's done is Control Supreme, which, to be fair, is a supersonic level threat, but like, again, it's big and it's strong. That's it. The end. As a side note, I know there's like debate over whether or not Sage should even get any of the Titans at all. But like, like I said, they don't really add much. They're just another supersonic thing. Cool. Like, it's not like Eggman doesn't have enough of those already.
Yeah.
But like, she did directly pilot Supreme, and that's basically the best one. So like, it's kind of it's named Supreme for a reason.
Right.
I know it doesn't seem like much because the fight in game is like is piss poor compared to Giganto, Wyvern, and Knight. But that's a fault of the game, not a fault of the Titan. The Titan itself was implied to have been designed after like some of this, like, I think it was said to be designed after like some of the smartest tribes of the ancients. So either way, Supreme has like the build of Giganto, the wings of it can fly like Wyvern, and it has a big ass weapon like Knight. So like, yeah, it's like she piloted Supreme, and that's probably the best one she could ever have. So like, even if she's not getting all four, if she gets one, she's getting the best one. So, but at the same time, again, it's a stat brick. Bowser could take it on him. Like, okay, I will say this. Bowser's best shit versus like, okay, Bowser versus any like one individual supersonic level thing in Eggman's arsenal, Bowser could probably beat it. Obviously, depending on what it is. If Bowser could take on the Titans by himself, is what I'm trying to say. Like, even if he's not as strong or as fast, and he's absolutely not as big, he has plenty of abilities to keep up. So, like, and he's not that far behind in strength or speed. So, so it's just keep up long enough. Use your like hack zero abilities that the Titans can't defend against, and Bob's your uncle. I think the problem for me, the thing that's like really eating away at me, that's like, I don't know if I'm like super confident in saying that this could lead to an Eggman win, but it's like I said at the very beginning. While their armies may be about as strong or as fast as each other, Eggman has more shit that's on that higher tier than Bowser does. So I wonder if all of those, obviously it's kind of a specific win condition for all of them to be in the fight at once.
Right.
But like, say like all of the Titans, Metal Overlord, the Egg Wizard, the Time Eater, they all like pile drive on Bowser. They're probably gonna overwhelm him.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Like, I mean, because all of them versus mostly honestly just Bowser and King Boo, like, are probably the highest. But yeah, all of them the ones he is probably gonna get overwhelmed. So, gosh.
You know what's stopping me is that I spent this whole waiting period up till now thinking like, all right, I'm gonna walk into it. I'm kind of just expecting Bowser to win.
Right.
So the fact that I'm thinking of all this, I'm like, oh, it's like I said at the very beginning. I walked into this with a general with a pretty good idea of who was going to win this, and I'm thinking on it, and I'm like, but does he though? And that thought is really throwing me off. Like any other situation, I'd probably just like call it right here and say I'm probably gonna go with Eggman. But like that idea,
by the way,
the idea of that sounds like that sounds crazy. Like I walked into this thinking for sure that Bowser was going to take this, but I'm like, I'm actually kind of starting to lean towards Eggman, and I don't believe that.
Okay. So, I'll just say this. You two have brought up great counters to everything, and you've laid out everything for these characters so good that I feel like, okay, it really is just... This is probably the closest matchup to date of the new batch, but I know I've got to pick somebody. You answered the questions well, but I feel like if I just had to say who I'm going with, just based off of everything that's been laid out, as well as looking back on and trying to remember what they laid out for Bowser's episode back then, and looking with how they handle Sonic scaling now.
Okay.
Taking all of that into account.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I do not think you should rely on past Mario or Sonic death battles.
No. Well, just everything up to this point. Like I've gone up, like including looking at how Mario and Sonic are done now, more than back then, like recently. So armies, it's a coin toss, because there are advantages both have for their armies that legitimately can be seen as ways to get around it. But when I look at this, I'm like, okay, this is going to come down to Eggman and Bowser. It will be a physical bout in some way or form. And Eggman has a lot of weapons and technology that I legitimately think Bowser will have to keep his guard up. But that being said, Bowser has been conquering and doing this for a long, long time, more than Robotnik has. So taking the experience into account and the physical stuff, I think I'm leaning more towards Bowser in terms of who will win between the two of them. Like armies, it could go either way, because again, if the metal virus is used, that's a gamble, because that could lead this to be a draw, because it's going to affect Eggman. Maybe there's some magic and healing potions that Bowser can use that can withstand it, or if, like Sonic, he can find a way to hold it off, that still will count as a victory in his favor, even if he dies from it, hypothetically. I think Bowser just has more physical advantages and more than Eggman does, because Eggman needs all of his mechanical inventions to do the dirty fighting for him, and Bowser has gone toe-to-toe with Mario, who has consistently done crazy things. And again, there's the experience factor. Bowser has been conquering the Mushroom Kingdom, trying to conquer it, and at least doing some of the conquering. But he's been at this a lot longer than Eggman has. And it doesn't sound like Eggman's intelligence is that much of a game changer, because Bowser is just as smart. He's not as smart as Eggman, but he at least can show that he's beyond the average intelligence of somebody like anybody in his Koopa lane. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't know if I want to bank on experience though, because we don't really have like a set timeline for either of them.
No, but we don't. But I think in terms of just, okay, both of them, and again, some can make the argument, but Eggman has actually beaten Sonic. Yes, he has, but so has Bowser. So you really can't say, you can't use, Eggman has beaten Sonic more times than Bowser has beaten Mario. That's not a factor in this decision making. I just
also,
think in terms.
Also, Eggman's, like, all of Eggman's victories except against Sonic, except for one, have been against base Sonic. There was only one instance of Eggman outwitting Super Sonic.
Yes, and that was the Werehog incident. Yeah, he was able to trap Super Sonic and turn him into the Werehog, but that was one instance. And whereas Bowser has been able to physically go toe-to-toe with Mario. And again, if they're using Mario stats from the reboot episode, then I say that makes it even more likely that in terms of strength and speed, in terms of strength, durability, Bowser has it. I can see the argument being made that Eggman is faster, especially with his vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligence, I can see them giving it to Eggman. I can legitimately see that being a case where, okay, it's in a matter of speed and intelligence, yeah, of course, Eggman takes that. But in terms of the important ones, like strength and durability, the Koopa King has had more impressive showings in these fields than Eggman has.
True.
Like, even if you want to give... Now, hypothetically, if they give Eggman the Super Eggman, which, again... I think it should be included because
I don't see
everyone
why it
can.
Just to clarify where it's clarify where it's from. It's from a Sonic Channel thing. Like I saw some people ask if it was like from the Archie comics. It's not. It's from a calendar. I wish I was making that up. But it's from like a. It's from like a monthly. It's from like a December calendar or some shit. But it's like those calendars have like stories to them. So it's like, meh.
So if they give Eggman Super Eggman, then you can make the argument. Okay, that evens the playing field. But bear in mind, there's a time limit on how long he can stay in it, just like any other person or a hedgehog.
See, I don't know if that's true because unlike Super Sonic, the Lightman is powered by the Phantom Ruby.
Okay.
And that's more on the level like the Chaos Emeralds are like. Okay, I'll also say this. I think the time limit thing for Super Sonic is a little weird.
Right, yeah.
I
agree, but
there's some weird instances of like there are more times than not. Yes, it's a time limit. It's based on like how many rings Sonic has, but in like cutscenes or some shit, Super Sonic kind of just leaves when Sonic is like, "All right, I'm done." Or like something happens and he gets knocked out of it, like in Frontiers. I still don't have an explanation for that. So, like, anyways, but even
back to the point.
Even ignoring the fact that Eggman has, even if you don't give Eggman his super form, like, okay, I will agree that ignore the armies for a second. Bowser probably has the edge, but then like. Eggman has, like, even without a super form of his own, Eggman has mechs that Supersonic himself admits he can't beat alone.
Right, but
like once Sonic and Blaze went up against the Egg Wizard, for example, Super Sonic admits like, hey, the two of us, if we fight that thing like ourselves, we ain't winning. We have to work together to beat it.
right, but okay. Oh wait, I just remembered the speed may not be in Eggman's favor because if they're going off of how they've been using, like, okay, considering that Mario can travel as a bolt of lightning and can pilot the Star Rod, at those type of speeds, then Bowser scales to that. So I just remembered that. So Bowser may end up taking the speed advantage if they choose to give it to him.
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. Bowser,
like I said,
Bowser and Eggman both have like, can scale to foes that can move at like quadrillions of times the speed of light. Like it's
right, but again, it's like I don't. Okay, the last time they used Game Sonic, specifically just Game Sonic, they barely capped him at coming close to FTL speeds. And
okay, but the stats on that episode are jank as hell.
I know, but I'm just saying. It's like, okay, this is why. Okay, these are the variables I'm taking into consideration, and I'm just saying that okay, in terms of physicality, and in terms of this coming on to a fight that is straight up physical, I do not see how Eggman can get past Bowser's physical stats. Because I know they have to compare him to Mario, and Mario's physical stats dwarfed Sonic's. It may be simple. It may be simple logic.
Sonic.
Yes,
they did not.
But even when they included Super into the equation, Sonic still lost.
Yeah, because Mario that's because Mario had like power-ups that could like counter it. I really wish that episode had like stats for Super Sonic. They focused way too much on base Sonic.
Right.
Okay, look, I'm just like I think honestly, I really think you should just ignore the past death battles altogether because this episode's going to be massively different. Like it's going to go into some of the bigger shit. The reason why they didn't for previous episodes is because like first like going to like Shadow versus Ryuko, for example, the reason for that is that they didn't have to. They used like Shadow versus Ryuko is probably the best representation of Sonic's of the Sonic universe's physical abilities, and even that used like the bare bones shit.
Right. Like I said, I'm okay, but see, that's the thing. That's for Sonic, though. Mario. Mario has not had a recent episode. Like, we have not had another Mario episode since Mario vs. Sonic. So, I can ignore it on the we had we had Wario, yeah. So if you want to do Wario, yeah. But it's like, okay, I don't see Bowser losing a straight up physical fight to Eggman. Even if he has, and again, all of these inventions are going to come at what is most readily available to him. Like, can these inventions reasonably be used in this fight? And what I mean by that is, okay, obviously we know he will have his Dragoon and his personalized vehicles, but anything beyond that we don't know. We don't know. And I'm going off of past Mario scaling because, again, it just seems like using that in my mind, that's my basis on why I believe Bowser can win if it just comes down to him fighting Eggman mano a mano. And plus two, there's the durability advantage. Like, okay, Eggman is durable, but Bowser has survived being inside of a black hole.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's his pure physical strength. I'm sorry, Eggman may have inventions that can lift building size objects, but take away the man from the inventions. What is he? Physicality wise, you see what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I feel like that does. I feel like that's like lowballing Eggman a little bit. Like Eggman's still pretty. Eggman can still be a powerhouse outside of mechs. Obviously, don't twist my words. I don't think Eggman is like even against just Bowser himself. I don't think Eggman is standing a ghost of a chance without a mech. But I think simplifying it like that is kind of doing Eggman a bit of a disservice. I mentioned before he did punch down, like he was able to punch down like a wall of ice and was able to punch like cars off of the road.
Ooh, Bowser can just lift the cars and can just melt the ice. So really, it's like, oh,
again, I know what you're saying. I just feel like relegating Eggman to just a man is kind of disingenuous.
I have to take. It's also too. It's like I'm taking every advantage into account. Like I have to take it. I have to take this style of approach because it just seems like when you have two characters like this, it doesn't matter how many armies or inventions you have. What matters at the end of the day is that this is called Death Battle. You are expecting the characters 99.99% of the time to engage in fisticuffs. And in this area, even again, granted, my lowballing of Eggman is based off of I have played most of the games. I have played most of the games. I have seen the movies, which don't count in this scenario for actual Eggman. And I've read a bit in the comics. There has never been a time where Eggman has just said, you know what, I don't feel like using inventions today. I'm going to just beat you with my bare hands. There has never been a time where he has done that I have come across.
I've come across a couple.
Well, that's good.
Now, obviously, again, to make sure that nobody twists my words, the people that Eggman has gone up against hand-to-hand are not on Bowser's level. But it does prove, like you said, he can fight. But, okay, so I guess to name my favorite example, because it's another, like, highlight from the IDW comics, this is, like, during a war with Dr. Starline. So Starline brings in the Super Egg Robo from Lost World, and Eggman brings the Egg Emperor from Heroes. They do battle. Eggman is the better mech pilot, so he's got an upper hand. However, Starline had I brushed over it in the statement because it's not important to Eggman, but just to kind of clarify, the whole strongest weapon thing that I mentioned for Starline, it's called the Tricore. If you've played Heroes, there are cores that are littered around every level for each character type. There's speed cores, flying cores, and power cores. Starline decided, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take those cores and merge them into one gem. So it's called the Tricore. It lets him, it gives him speed like Sonic, flight like Tails, and strength like Knuckles. This dude beat Shadow with it.
Yeah.
So the reason why,
but will he get it?
So hold on. No, because this is Starline's thing.
Right.
So what happened was that Starline, he lost the mech fight, but he jumped out of the mech and used the Tricore and obliterated the Egg Emperor. He was like, well, that's the end of that. And Eggman walks out of the rubble. This is where, I don't know if you've seen one of those like out of context comic book panels. It's Eggman like still like his face silhouetted, and he says, and I quote, "You played yourself." This is where that comes from, and he says that because the reason why he brought the Egg Emperor into the battle was because he knew about the Tricore, and was like he knew that Starline would try to use that because the whole speed, flying, and power thing worked against the Egg Emperor before in Heroes. So it was like, all right, well, if mechs don't work, then I'm going to use this thing because I know this power has beaten this mech before.
Right.
And to his credit, he did. But the thing is that it like using all that power, basically like it kind of ran the Tricore basically kind of like ran on a battery. The cores make up the battery basically. So basically it drained the core. So now he doesn't have that power anymore. And Eggman specifically picked the Egg Emperor because he knew that Starline would try that. So Starline was like, well, if this didn't work, then my glove, which can hypnotize people, will. So he tried that on Eggman. Eggman put his goggles down, and it resisted it. By the way, Eggman can resist hypnosis, apparently.
Fair.
So then Starline was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna beat you down then. And Eggman was like, so Eggman would like Starline goes for like a kick, and Eggman grabs Starline's leg and just straight up picks him up and slams him down on the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
So Eggman, okay, Eggman can fight outside of mechs, is what I'm trying to say.
That is. No, yeah. Okay, that is good to know.
Obviously, I'm not like. Obviously, that's not gonna hold a candle to Bowser.
No.
But
like, okay, you've proven at least that Eggman is not going to run in fear. He will go down He will go down. He won't go down without a fight. Sorry, will.
Yeah.
He won't go down without a fight. So, in conclusion, yeah, no. So, look, at the end of the day, I feel like, okay, once everything is said and done and everything is exhausted, like, I don't see Eggman coming out of a physical confrontation with Bowser alive. I really do think that is what's going to be the killing. That's going to be what does him in, is that he has to fight Bowser physically, and he won't. And if he does use the metal virus again, we don't know if that's going to do Bowser in, because Bowser could resist it due to his various magic spells and potions that he knows. Granted, the Mario universe has never encountered something like the metal virus, so there is a possibility that perhaps it will beat him. But then again, like you said, it's a gamble. If it does kill Bowser, then it will possibly kill Eggman in the process, and I don't see them doing a draw. This has to end with either Bowser winning or Eggman winning. And I think in most scenarios that involve a physical confrontation, I see Bowser winning the majority.
Okay.
I am sticking with Bowser. Like, you brought up great points, and that whole bit, and again, at least I know now that, okay, Eggman is not going to be a fucking pushover.
Yeah, no. Bowser's gonna have to work for this victory.
Yes. So, that's who I'm sticking with. Like, I mean, it just makes more sense to me that Bowser would be the safest bet here.
Okay.
That's my vote. Cast.
Well, okay. I will concede that if it does come down to just Bowser and Eggman themselves, then Eggman is gonna have a hard time. I will 100% concede to that.
Yeah.
My thing is still the armies. And like, okay. The thing is for me is that like if Bowser loses all of his armies, then that's just it, right? Yes, Z-Dog?
Yes.
Okay. If
So
Eggman loses his army, then that could still be a problem, but he does have the hourglass machine. Which, okay, benefit of the doubt, it's not gonna bring back the time meter. Okay, fine, sure. It's gonna bring back everybody else though. Now, of course, I don't know where this machine is stationed. It is possible if it's on a ship or something, then Bowser could probably indirectly just like take the ship down and that would just destroy the machine. And I'm totally not about to Google where this machine is stationed. Why do you ask? But if it's off in some like random Sonic Runners, that's not the right thing. Okay. Well, why don't I just look up Superstars itself?
smart.
Like if the hourglass machine is like hundreds of thousands of miles away, then like the problem will be finding it. And then Eggman could just be like, okay, well, I'll just like hit a button and now all of my army is back while yours isn't, Smile. Unless Bowser himself has ways of reviving his own army.
I mean, he has. I was gonna say, I'm sure. Like, okay, it's not like widespread. I was gonna say, like, I'm sure Junior could pull out like a one-up mushroom or something to help with that. But otherwise,
okay. I'm going into this assuming that everybody on both sides is taken out.
Yes.
Like all that's left is Bowser and Eggman. Does Bowser have ways of reviving teammates? Okay.
I do not. I sadly do not think so.
Well, assuming that this hourglass thing is like, is as good as I've heard. Again, I really should have looked more into it, so that's on me. Then, assuming it's not even like in the battlefield, and Eggman can control it remotely, which from what I've heard he can. So then that just makes the question of where the hell is it? Then now Eggman has ways to bring his army back, whereas Bowser doesn't.
Okay, no, that's probably not as consistent. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he might be able to wish it back with like the Dream Rod and like the Dreamstone, but otherwise, I don't think so.
Okay, that's not bad though.
No, but I mean, it's still the hourglass is still more consistent. That's the thing.
Yeah. Let me see.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to look for where it is, and I can't see it. I guess I could check the blog, see what they have to say. I guess I need to be careful with what I say, but
yeah. Goodness. Not gonna lie, this is kind of hard because, like,
no way.
I'll be honest. No, okay, yeah, it's gosh. Because the bias side of my brain is just wants to say that Bowser wins, but like I'm honestly not. Because like, I'm sure it's kind of obvious. I love Eggman, but I do really want Bowser to win. But like, I don't know. It's kind of.
It's kind of... Okay, it's an egg fortress zone. Okay. What is the Egg Fortress? Egg Fortress Zone. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Oh, it's a space station. Oh. Well, that could be problematic.
Maybe just a little. I mean,
we got to pick somebody. We've been going on for about 4
hours.
We do really need to pick somebody. Okay.
Richard, you made your.
It's 2 for Bowser right now, and so far at the time we're recording this, that's what the lads are. 2 of the lads went for Bowser, 1 went for Eggman, so kind of feels like we're about to repeat the same trend here.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me say this. A part of me wants to believe it because even though I do prefer... Okay, part of me wants to believe it, part of me doesn't want to believe it. Because here's the thing. Honestly, gonna be honest, even though I am a bigger Sonic fan, I think I actually do prefer Bowser as a character.
Right.
I'm rooting for Eggman, though, because I do think an underdog victory sounds freaking hype. But I'm thinking on it, and I'm like, I feel like Eggman probably does win this. But, like, I'm having a hard time believing that.
Well, so here's one more thing to add. So you both mentioned, and the answer is right there, and this is why I leaned in. This is why I 100% went in all in with the physical bout between them. Is that both of them have hacks. Both of them literally have hacks in a way to get through others' defenses. And it sounds like to me, both of them have ways to bring their armies back. So how can that... So, again, I don't see this being a case where the army is the one that wins the victory. The army is just the army serves as their... the army essentially serves them as tools. These tools are going to go blow for blow with each other. Some will have better tools than others, but the fact that both of them have a way to bring their armies back, should they still choose to, it kind of cancels it out, and it feels like, okay, this has to end in a physical bout between them. This isn't going to be like Wily versus Eggman, where the winner was decided by something that was that was a part of the army. Death Battle has changed that line of Death Battle has long since changed that style of thinking for years now. This has to be a physical bout.
See, I don't know if I agree with that. Because if Eggman's army can overwhelm Bowser's, then, like,
but
that's
Bowser
it.
Can overwhelm Eggman's army. But again, with how powerful Bowser is, he can overwhelm Eggman's army.
Okay, like
the only one that
but like I said before, Bowser versus any one individual thing in Eggman's army that's like the higher tier shit, Bowser could probably beat it. The problem is when he's having to fight all of them. Like,
but we've never seen an example of Bowser getting tired from fighting an actual army. So it wouldn't work by saying, and yes, Bowser could fight the army, but as seen in this example or that example, whenever he's fighting, he gets exhausted. So it was only going to be a matter of time until Eggman's army wore him down and delivered the killing blow. That won't play a factor in this.
See, I don't think tiring out isn't the problem. It's because
overwhelming is the same thing. Like, Bowser has taken on
hold on.
Lots of enemies.
Bowser and Eggman's best shit can hurt each other.
But one can take it, and the other can't.
See, I don't think that's true. The other can take it.
So you're saying Eggman can withstand something similar to what Bowser has survived?
Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't believe. Like, I really don't believe that. Even after everything you've given me, I don't believe Eggman can survive the kind of shit that Bowser has been through, unless there's something more to it than that, which I'm willing to 100% fold and agree with, but I don't see it.
The thing is that Eggman's best shit can fight Supersonic, which is like more times than not, more arguments than not, Supersonic is going to be on Bowser's level. Supersonic, like, of course, there are always going to be arguments on one being better than the other, but the point is that ignoring all of the, like, super sketchy, like, immeasurable shit, you're always going to find yourself looping back to, let's compare Mario to Supersonic. Just because, just as far as raw power goes, you're gonna bring up a bunch of arguments for both being stronger than the other, but there's always gonna be like, yeah, but this feat has like this little asterisk to it, and this thing has this little asterisk to it, and you're just always gonna loop back to, well, they're probably just about on par with each other.
Okay.
They're probably gonna be as strong as each other.
Okay, but see, here's the counter to that. Eggman, you do bring up a good point. Eggman's army and his inventions have fought in Supersonic and others who can tap into Super. But here's one big problem. Bowser has fought in somebody who has those kind of OP powers all the time.
True.
Eggman has never physically thrown hands with Supersonic. His inventions have.
So that's not true.
For the
that's not true.
Lightman
did. Super Eggman did.
But how many times? But was this consistent though? Like, that's the question.
We've
how
seen
many times did this?
We've seen Super Eggman once. So.
Okay, so we're basing it off of he fought him one time, just once. Whereas Bowser has fought in Mario. Whereas Bowser has fought in Mario at his best with all of his power-ups every single time. Even if he doesn't win, he still proves he can handle that level of power more than Robotnik can without his inventions. I'm not repping. It's ironic that I'm bringing this up, and not. It's ironic I'm bringing this up and not Z-Dog.
I was gonna say, yeah. I'm just still trying to think, honestly.
Okay. I'm gonna make. This is gonna be my final call. All right, and this is where I'm gonna.
Okay.
This is where I'm gonna stand.
Okay.
Like I've said, I do agree. 1-on-1. Bowser versus Bowser or any of Bowser's army, or any of Bowser's best minions, like say Z-Dog's been leaning on King Boo a lot, so let's use him. Any of them versus any one individual Eggman mech, even the ones that could fight Supersonic. Yes, Bowser could probably beat them. My thing is that Bowser is going to have to fight multiple of that. And yes, he's done good against armies before, but those armies aren't. But he hasn't fought in like 10 different Marios that are all as strong as each other.
To be fair, he has. He's fought in Peach, Luigi. He's fought in Toad. He's fought in Wario. You want to use Smash scaling? He's fought other people like that.
I'm talking about at the same time,
right.
all at once. Like if Lightman, Metal Overlord, Egg Wizard, Time Eater, Egg Salamander, all all 4 of the Titans, just all of them, dogpile on Bowser. Yeah, he might be able to take out each one of them individually, but together, he might take out 1 or 2, but he's gonna get overwhelmed. Fighting a bunch of different things that are as strong as him, if not potentially stronger. He's going to get overwhelmed. Couple that with, like, the metal virus, assuming Eggman can control him. All the other, like maybe not supersonic level threats that are still going to be like they're still going to like pile drive onto him. And yeah, he's going to take out every single one of them, but there's still going to be like, that's still a lot of shit he's going to have to deal with. Obviously, okay, I'm going to rescind that last part because Bowser has all of his army too. So I'll rescind that. Okay, that's I won't use that. But I just think that if Bowser were to fight like a lot of Eggman's like supersonic level threats, which he's gotten like I said, a metric shit ton of them, he's going to get overwhelmed. And assuming that Bowser can't revive his fallen teammates, Eggman can with the Hourglass Machine, and then the Time Eater could, like, remove time out of Bowser and, like, trap him in white space. It's hard for me to... Okay. I'm going with Eggman.
Okay.
I have a hard time believing it myself, but I'm gonna go with Eggman.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
So okay. So
I can see them debunking all of this, and I can see them once again causing a little bit of light controversy when it comes to the Sonic side by going through each of these points and bringing up counters to them, counters that may not be agreed on when it comes to the army shit. That's my prediction. Because they are going to find a way to justify. Because again, if this is anything like Mario vs. Sonic, the reboot, then there will be some questionable opinions on their end. All right, so
I still need to make a decision.
Yeah, you're the one who has a Bowser pick and who repped Bowser.
I know. Listen, it's hard.
Okay, look, I don't want to.
Okay,
Please don't.
Okay.
Please do not make me. Do not make this. No. Do not make this Omni-Man versus Bardock, where literally I was the only one who told you guys. And don't.
Okay, don't put that shit on him. All right.
I was gonna say.
Let him make a decision, okay?
And
Yeah.
you know what? I'll be honest. If that is the case, I'm gonna be okay with it. But okay, I'll be honest. This. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, I'm trying not to let this drag on too long. I'm just trying to still think. Okay. As much as I really, really, really want Bowser to win,
Oh my god.
I do think if we're going all the armies into this, like, okay, I do concur that if it was just them one-on-one, Bowser would have a higher chance of winning. But I think with everything on Eggman's side, and plus the idea of them getting overwhelmed, It pains me, but I think I will go with Eggman. Like, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Do not get me wrong. It's not going to be easy at all. But you could ask me tomorrow. I might have a different answer at this rate. But like,
well, no changing your answer.
No. This is what matters. I understand.
Yeah.
But I think I feel more comfortable going with Eggman. I'll be honest. I mean, hey, you know what? And if you know what, if this is another Nolan Bardock situation, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. I'll be honest with you. But after all this, I do feel like I think I'm gonna go Eggman, and that's my final call.
The lads are gonna eat us alive.
Whatever.
I mean, look, either way, this is a fight that no matter who wins, I lose. Because I'm going to be sad regardless. I
won regardless.
I
like both these characters, and this is gonna be a kick-ass episode.
Because, I'm rooting for Eggman purely out of, like, the hype factor. I prefer Bowser. I like Bowser more than Eggman. I just think I, as a Sonic fan, would find more hype in, like, okay, I said Eggman's the underdog. That's not exactly true.
Bowser is the underdog, or under Turtle in this case.
See, I don't think there is an underdog here. I think there's, like, both sides are, have, like, a lot of strong defenders going for them. I just think from all the circles I've seen, Bowser has more on his side than Eggman does on his. Like there are more people siding with Bowser from what I've seen than Eggman. Even if it's not by much, and even if both sides agree that the side they're not arguing for could win. Like,
right.
But it still kind of feels underdog-ish to me for Eggman. So an underdog victory for a Sonic character against a Mario character, for me, sounds kind of hype.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. Last point. The reason why I think Bowser is the underdog is because how many Mario, like, legitimate question. The last Mario win we had was Mario versus Sonic.
Yes.
And the last Sonic win we had was Silver versus Trunks.
Yes.
You see the point here? It's like they're so it's not like Sonic is in desperate need of a W for his franchise.
Well, no.
Damn it.
But also, if I think Mate talked about this with me yesterday.
Yeah, probably.
If I remember correctly, Sonic actually has a negative record, whereas Mario doesn't. And also, in the straight up Mario versus Sonic side of things, they're tied. This is a tiebreaker. We have
I see Bowser breaking.
So, no, I don't. So I don't really view. I don't really view either side as in, like, desperate. The only thing is, like, I think both of them are in desperate needs of wins because their last episodes didn't give it to them. Eggman got like okay.
Yeah, their last episode.
We did.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. Okay. Eggman and Bowser both would have slaughtered their last episodes. If they were done right now.
They would have.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Obviously, you could make the argument that Bowser got screwed over harder because his episode was later.
Yeah, so there's no excuse for that. At least Eggman's episode has a good excuse. It was season 1.
Yeah. But also, Eggman got the lamest possible outcome. I mean, Bowser lost, yes. Bowser lost, yes, and he
Eggman
shouldn't have,
still
but
won that episode.
they didn't say that though. They gave the win to Metal Sonic.
That doesn't count. That's season 1. I don't give a shit. Like, look, no.
Okay.
If he was made by Eggman, it's a W. I don't give a shit. It's season 1 logic. We don't take season 1 logic into modern day death battle debating.
Okay, well, anyway.
Again, like, look. Yeah, no. All right. Final. All right.
So
So
we've
look,
made our calls.
the
I'm going with
die has been
Egg.
cast.
So yeah, me and Z-Dog are going with Eggman. Richard's going with Bowser. Done.
I'm going
The
with-
end. Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking
Done. Yes. And again,
that's probably going to be the longest debate on this cast for like a hot minute.
Probably.
No.
There's
just,
okay. I'm just gonna say this. Like, okay,
it's been
I know
5 hours.
we made a comment about it at the start. I'm gonna restate this because I really need to hammer this in. There's a lot. Okay, like
Please God, have the 4th episode be something that can be done within 3 hours.
yeah.
Please,
Okay.
please.
Me and Z-Dog both had to sit through so much shit, okay? I had to step in and help Z-Dog with his shit. Like,
Yeah. Thanks so
Fine. All right,
So,
you know what? Fine.
so-
Whatever the next episode... No. Whatever the final episode of this batch is, Z-Dog, you're benched. I'm doing it. I'm doing one of the characters. You're benched.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
well, okay,
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying is, all right, if we missed something, okay?
Yeah.
Now there is a 99.9999 chance that we missed something crucial, okay?
That we couldn't cover in 5 to 6 hours.
Or that we just didn't find in our research, okay? We had a little bit of extra time because this was announced in the Kickstarter, but we didn't. Okay, I don't think either of us used our time super wisely. We had to lock the hell in once this was announced as next. So if we miss something, please don't crucify us over it, okay? We are human.
Yes.
We had to dig into 40 plus years of bullshit.
Yep. Not to mention on top of potential mental struggles. Yippee. So, you know.
And not just for 2 characters, but for potentially hundreds, okay? So leave us alone.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, for our sakes, please, for the love of God, have the final episode be something that can be done easily.
Yeah.
And whatever it is,
I'm
I'm tagging back in. I don't want Z-Dog having to do it 3 times in a row. That really is not fair.
I've made this joke before. I don't know if I've made this joke with you guys. I think I made it with Z-Dog. But I've been on every episode on these 4 batches. So if that continues into episode 4, please be nice to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Don't-
for real.
I'm not gonna say that I had a lot of shit to do when Z-Dog had to do a 100-hour-long RPG and Bowser of all characters.
But
But I had to sift through Invincible comics, JoJo Part 5, and like as much of Sonic the Hedgehog as I could. All right, leave me the hell alone.
yeah, okay.
Compared to you two, I got it the easiest. All I had to do was Bardock, and that shit was based off of memory.
We'll
With the
see.
exception of the gas fight, which I did not take into account at the time.
Now watch episode 4 be a Marvel versus DC fight, and I just want to kill myself.
You shut the fuck up. Shut up. No. No Marvel versus
Goodness.
DC fights for a while, please God. No comic book fights for a while. Jeez.
We'll see. All
It's
right.
ironic because I'm doing a lot of comic book reading right now.
But at long last I can say we're free.
Yes.
We've been working on Bowser versus Eggman for so long. We don't have to do it anymore. Well, I still have to do some shit because I'm working on the G1 blog, but
Yeah.
But I think research for that has ended. We're kind of getting into debate now.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
But
This does kind of feel like a weight lifted off my shoulder.
I think we should end it now before we pass out YouTube pass out from exhaustion.
I was gonna say, at this rate, I know there's the fucking Kickstarter, but fuck it, let's just say
screw that noise.
We'll do it next time.
We'll do it next time. I don't care.
We'll do it for the aftermath of this. All right, we'll do it for the aftermath.
Yeah, we were gonna talk about
what episode Luis was gonna do.
Yeah, we were gonna talk about whatever episode Luis was gonna do, but we're gonna do that next time. So
yeah, I think we've earned it.
We've got 2 Kickstarter topics left, and then after that we're done.
Yeah, so join us next time. We'll talk about Luis. We'll probably throw in Torian into the mix because we were going to do that next anyway.
Actually, no. Better idea. Yeah, let's throw Torian and Luis in there, and we can probably keep that self-contained. Yeah. So that way it's easier.
Yeah.
And then
the episode after that will be as
hot. Yeah.
Well,
Sounds good.
We were going to do Luis this week, but screw that noise.
No,
we can't do it. We can't.
Yep.
Couldn't do it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. If you watched all of this all the way through, you are a goddamn trooper.
I will personally time code each segment in the comments below, so that way everyone can just figure out where they want to start if it makes things easier.
That's probably a good idea. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed Joker versus Giorno. Hope you're excited for Bowser versus Eggman. If you're not, literally how we went over all the cool shit here. Like if you don't,
we went over 5 hours.
If you're not excited for this fight after this, we've failed our jobs.
No, we just no. Y'all just don't have a damn hype bone in your body. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's probably true. And then just for preliminary shit. We didn't talk about it today, or we'll talk about it next time, but let us know what matchups you think Luis could animate, because Luis is doing a hand-drawn fight now. Watch Jack versus Afro, watch Scooby versus Courage. I don't know why I'm telling you to do that. You've already done it.
Yeah, and also in addition, what episode do you think Torian's working on? And for example, watch all of his fights if you haven't already.
Yeah, so
maybe if you do that, I'll maybe I can convince Bro to maybe we can shout them out.
Maybe we'll pull some from the comments.
That'd be cool. Yeah, do that.
So yeah, leave it down in the comments below. What matchups do you think Torian or Luis will animate? Make it original. Don't say any of the Kickstarter matchups or Wily versus Tom. Okay, let's make it original.
Please, for the love of. Also, if any of you say Luz versus Ann, I'm not talking about it.
Damn.
That's a tournament of champions fight, so we're not doing tournament of champions fights. Come up with something original.
Whatever.
I didn't agree to that notion, but screw it. Make it you guys do what you want. I'll probably mention a tournament of champions fight. I don't know.
Fine. Only we can do it.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for watching. Like and subscribe.
Be nice to each other.
Be nice to each other. Yeah, sub to these guys' channels. Their links are down in the description. Commission me. Yeah. I don't promote my commissions on this podcast enough. So please commission me. And
follow the daily death battle accounts on Blue Sky if you don't already. Wink.
Yeah, follow us all on Blue Sky.
The goddamn world came to an end again, so everyone who has migrated over to Blue Sky, go
follow us on Blue Sky. Me and Xenog have individual accounts. Xenog has a daily Death Battles account. Go follow that too.
I'm not making a Blue Sky account. I'll stay in the Hellscape. Y'all have fun, and y'all have fun in heaven. I'll stay here in hell.
All right, you poor tortured soul. All right. Anyways, thank you for watching. Like and subscribe, and bye.
Bye.
Bye. Good night.